don't rush yourself. But that the stepping in the dance, it is very, 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 very easy. And that's how you do the Ghana dance. Anybody from the 80s, I mean, that Shoki is a very popular man, so you will know. He has a very funny way of doing the dance, though. He has this thing he does with the shoulder back. Very crazy. Okay, well, this is where we come to the end of the dancing for today. I am so sad I have to go, but I am coming back next episode with another dance move we are going to learn, and it's always going to be fun. Now remember, what you should do a woman dance video for me, post it on our social media platform showing on your screen at the moment, and tag someone. As always, I come back every new class with a winner and a gift for the best dance in the previous class with your 1-minute video. Well, until I come your way again, I am Lucha Sky, yours truly. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Lucha Sky. Welcome back, guys. If you're just joining us, this is Sounds of Africa. And on this episode, we are looking at African dance choreography. And again to Nigeria. Next is our very own techno. Augustine Miles Kelechi, popularly known as Alhaji Techno, was born on the 17th of December 1992 in Bauchi, but hails from Ebonyi State, Nigeria. Techno is a lover of music, entertainer, and a multi-talented star who has also signed a deal worth $1.7 million. there by Alaji Techno. That was an amazing one there, I must say. I wish we could continue this episode right now, but hey guys, it's been fun hanging out with you on today's episode of the program. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles now showing on your screen and drop your comments. Until I come your way again, I am Annie Berry. Let's do this again.
Jabalan jabala jabula jabala chameleon what's the bula jabala yes we come to para jabala oh gosh jabala then about the foundation the foundation the body wo intimidation bakusa zo kulete bakusa zo kulete bakusa zo nyite bali wange bakusa zo kulete bakusa zo kulete bakusa zo nyite bali wange baliwa 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 baba kubendele baliwa 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 wali muyala nyoba kumeme baliwa baliwa waliwa baliya punjebele waliwa bakubekebele waliwa hasla 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 geta people ubulamu wa musibejeke kati ya dola kuchitole bakuziza bakuliza manya they don't know where you come from somebody devil tembea usiwe kala tembea somebody devil tembea usiwe kala tembea bakusazo kulete bakusazo telete bakusazo nyite bali wange tulite bakusazo kulete bakusazo telete bakusazo nyite bali wange tulite mwanango kuba fulani 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 banyomi baleta mizani 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 jo mwabuza bana fulani fulani mugaba yesa yalondamu edaga muntu yo yakondamu yalufiya mu kankatekamu toja yalabuza sentamu safari ndefu tembea usiwe kala tembea safari ndefu tembea usiwe kala tembea bakusazo kulete bakusazo telete bakusazo nyite bali wange tulite bakusazo kulete bakusazo telete bakusazo nyite bali wange usogope mali zao mwana kuita mwanao mwana 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 ona bila nako pendako safari ndefu tembea usiwe kala tembea anapenda natembea you saba wasabula bakusazo kulete bakusazo telete bakusazo nyite bali wange tulite bakusazo kulete bakusazo telete bakusazo nyite bali wange bakusazo kulete bakusazo telete bakusazo nyite bali wange You drive me crazy.
Good afternoon and welcome. This is ASO Television News. I am Usman Khatun Umar. First, the headlines. Tribunal nullifies Bayelsa governorship election. WAEC begins examination for exit classes in senior secondary schools. An Inspector General of Police orders a mop-up of prohibited firearms across the country. And from the foreign scene, Southern African leaders from 16 regions to hold development virtual meeting today. And on sports, Inter Milan and Ukrainian champions to square off in Dusseldorf tonight. Thanks again for joining us. The Bayelsa Governorship Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Abuja on Monday nullified the election of Governor Doye Diri. The Justice Muhammad Sirajo-led three-man panel ruled that the election was unlawful due to the exclusion of one of the Advanced Nigeria Democratic Party and its candidate King George from the November 16, 2019 governorship election in the state. The tribunal ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to conduct a by-election within 90 days. The ANDP claims that the party was unlawfully excluded from the election. The three-man panel rules that INEC does not have the power to disqualify any candidate for an election. INEC in its argument said that the party's deputy governorship candidate was 34 years old as at the time of nomination and therefore did not qualify to contest the election. ANDP informed Justice Yunusa Musa, who delivered the lead judgment, that its initial candidate for deputy governorship, David Esikuma, was duly substituted by the party within the allowed time frame following the notification from INEC that he was underage. Justice Musa described the action of INEC to exclude the ANDP from the Bayelsa governorship election as illegal. The chairman of the tribunal, Justice Muhammad Sirajo, however, dismissed the petition on technical grounds. The federal government has reviewed the 2020 Draft Federal Capital Territories Court Sentencing Guideline and Practice Directions geared towards the effective implementation of the Nigerian Correctional Service Act 2019. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN, made this known in Abuja, declaring open a virtual interactive session organized by the Presidential Committee on Correctional Service Reform and Decongestion in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Justice. Malami, in his keynote address, said the pilot document will be extended to other states of the Federation, especially those states that have enacted the administration of criminal justice law. He says that if judges must not exceed the term prescribed in the statute creating an offense or exceed the quantum prescribed in punishing the offender, there must be a sentencing guideline. He appreciated the hard work of all stakeholders for their dedication, commitment and interest towards the development of the critical document. To education, the West African Examination Council, WAEC, in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, has commenced examination for exit classes today. Schools visited by ASO radio and television services showed high level of preparedness amidst mixed feelings from students. Our correspondent, Sabura Osman, went round and brings us these details.
Consensus is down as the West Africa Senior School Certificate Examination starts today, with adequate preparations by the government, school management and the students. Some school principals who spoke with ASO Radio and Television Services expresses confidence that their students are well prepared for their exams due to earlier coaching and revision by the teachers.
They are well prepared. I believe we have left no stone unturned. They are well prepared and hoping that they are going to come out in flying colors. They have prepared. Also the teachers, we've been coaching them before now. We have ever been coaching them. So we are certain by the grace of God they will do well.
However, students on their part expresses mixed feelings as the wearing of the mask is not too comfortable, especially when they have to wear it all through during school hours.
It's quite uncomfortable because we have to wear our face mask 24/7. I have my sanitizer, I carry it everywhere. Once in a while I sanitize my hands.
Schools visited by ASO Radio and Television Services fulfill all the guidelines released by the Presidential Task Force team on COVID-19, with regards to use of face masks, hand sanitizers and social distancing rule. Swabura Usman, ASO Television News.
Moving ahead, the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Mohammed Abubakar Adamu, has directed all commissioners of police in the 36 states and the FCT to quickly identify possible areas where illegal arms are being circulated. In a statement issued by the Force Public Relations Officer, Mr. Frank Mba, commissioners are directed to identify, isolate, disarm, arrest and prosecute offenders. This is part of preparations towards the forthcoming gubernatorial elections in Edo and Ondo State, as well as the efforts by the Police High Commission to curb the proliferation of prohibited firearms in the country. The directive became necessary against the backdrop of the deliberate arming and movement of political thugs and other criminal elements across the country. In a similar vein, commissioners of police in all the states of the Federation and the FCT have been directed to immediately convene an enlightenment meeting of all vigilante groups and quasi-security outfits spread across the country in order to ensure that their activities are in conformity with the extant laws guiding their establishments and operations. The IGP, while observing that several civil groups, vigilantes, quasi-state and regional security outfits under various guises are arming themselves with prohibited firearms and weapons in contravention of the provisions of the Firearms Act, notes that the trend, if unchecked, will pose serious security threat to the nation. The IGP enjoins citizens to cooperate with the police in the enforcement of this order, as it is aimed at ensuring safety of all lives and property in the country. Still on police, the FCT Police Command has reassured residents of its commitment to protect lives and property by deploying proactive measures across the FCT to reduce crime to its barest minimum. This was contained in a statement by the FCT Police Public Relations Officer, Mr. Anjuburi Manza. The statement says that the trending information on social media was a one-off incident recorded on a road leading to an isolated estate located in Life Camp over a week ago, adding that it does not represent the current security situation in the axis, as security has been beefed up around the affected estate. While restating its commitment to collaborate with residents to fight crime in the FCT, the command informed that the areas mentioned in the trending message are constantly under surveillance and patrol by police operatives. The FCT Police Command reassures residents of Life Camp, Godab Estate, ACO Estate, and other parts of the FCT that proactive round-the-clock crime-fighting measures have been deployed to guarantee their security. FCT residents are therefore enjoined to go about their lawful daily activities and report any case to the following telephone numbers displaying on your screen. Moving ahead, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has reported 298 new cases of the coronavirus, otherwise known as COVID-19, bringing the total number of infections in the country to 49,068. The NCDC made this known on its official Twitter handle. According to the health agency, 36,497 patients have so far been discharged, with 975 patients dying from the virus. The tweet added that Plateau had the highest number of infections recorded for the day, with 108 cases, followed by Kaduna with 49 cases. Other states that recorded new infections are Ogun 18, Osun 17, FCT 15, Ondo 14, Edo 8, Oyo 6, Akwa Ibom and Cross River recorded 4 new cases each. Borno State recorded 3, Ekiti 2, while Bauchi, Kano and River States recorded 1 new case each. The health agency says that properly fitted face masks will allow adequate airflow from still offer protection from COVID-19 and other respiratory diseases. The lawmaker representing Amak Buhari Federal Constituency, Mr. Micah Jiba, has condemned the demolition of an FCT community, Akpangia, by the Federal Capital Territory Development Authority or Development Control. Mr. Jiba, who is also the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Area Councils and Auxiliary Matters, expressed his displeasure over the development when he visited the demolished community on Sunday morning. He said, as the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on FCT Area Councils Committee and Auxiliary Matters, they are going to set up a panel to investigate the matter.
When to set a panel, an investigation to know how comes about, they render this particular community homeless, which is not proper.
However, Malam Mukhtar Galadima Rada, who is the Director, Department of Development Control, FCTA, while briefing newsmen after the demolition on Saturday, explained that the community had been marked for demolition since January this year. Malam Galadima said that prior to the demolition, the FCTA, through its relevant agencies, interfaced with the residents of the settlement on the need for them to vacate the area. The Northern Governors Forum has felicitated with former military president Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida on his 79th birthday. Chairman of the Forum and Governor of Plateau State, Simon Bab Olalong, described the elder statesman as a loyal and patriotic leader who has made sacrifices towards the unity, peace and progress of the country. Governor Lalong says over the years he cannot forget the contributions of General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida on human and infrastructural development of Nigeria, adding that as a forum, the Northern Governors Forum will continue to benefit from his wealth of experience in tackling some of the challenges facing the region. He therefore urged General Babangida not to be tired of availing the nation his reservoir of knowledge for the progress of the country. If you are just tuning in, you are watching ASO Television News. You can watch us live on www.asoradioandtv.com/live. You can also watch us on Star Times TV on channel 127, on Free TV channel 507. You can also carry us with you wherever you go by downloading our app. For Android devices, you can download the app at the Google Play Store, and for iOS devices, you can get the app at the App Store. Still to come, leaders in the southern part of Africa are to hold virtual meeting on development today. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria has called on air passengers to report any official from any agency that requests money under any guise. General Manager in charge of Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Henrietta Yakubu, made the call in a statement in Abuja. She informed passengers and other airport users that there was no aspect of FAAN services at the airport that was being paid for by cash, urging passengers to desist from giving money to officials. Mrs. Yakubu noted that the authority was aware of the allegation that some airport officials in Abuja were collecting money from returning passengers on evacuation flights. She stated that the claim was already being investigated by all agencies at the airport and appealed to passengers to always ensure adherence to all safety and security measures at the airport. The Nigerian Air Force has deployed additional special forces to southern Kaduna to boost the ongoing fight against bandits and suspected ethnic militia who have been terrorizing residents of the area. The Air Officer Commanding MAF Training Command, Air Marshal Musa Mukhtar, who addressed the troops before their departure to the southern part of the state on Sunday noon when she declared open a 3-day train-the-trainers workshop on job objectives organized for officers in the office of the head of the civil service of the Federation. Mrs. Yemeshon said the workshop was meant to acquaint participants with the requisite knowledge and skills in setting job objectives. According to her, the initiative is due to the inherent weakness of the current Annual Performance Evaluation Report, APA, used currently to assess the civil servants in the country. She explains that when the new PMS is fully operational, every individual, unit, department and institution in the public service shall be held accountable on a continuous basis to ensure that national development goals were met. Still, the federal government has disclosed that it has spent a total of 1.7 trillion naira on debt servicing in the first 6 months this year. This was made available in a presentation by the Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Prince Clement Abba, in Abuja. The minister noted that improved corporate earnings lifted stocks indices on the Nigerian Stock Exchange with a further growth of 82.46 billion naira, closing last week on a positive note. Market analysts attributed the rise to the realignment of portfolios by market players ahead of macroeconomic data and corporate earnings of first-tier banks. However, market breadth finished lower, recording 29 gainers to 30 losers, while 101 stocks remained indifferent. For details of these and more updates, let's now join our business correspondent, Imeje.
Brent crude sold on the international market for $44.85 per barrel, as the Naira exchange on the parallel market for 475 Naira to the dollar, 605 Naira to the pound sterling, and 550 Naira to the euro. And on stocks, for the first time since January 2020, the Nigerian equities market closed higher for 3 consecutive weeks, as position sentiment on the ongoing half-year earnings season has continued to influence prices of low, medium and highly capitalized stocks. As a result, trading activities on the nation's capital market recorded a further growth of 0.63%, causing the OSH index and market capitalization of listed equities to increase to 25,199 index points and 13.146 trillion naira. A total volume of shares transacted amounted to 1.327 million shares, valued at 13.934 billion naira in 19,392 deals. Cadbury Nigeria PLC made the highest profit of 12.8%, followed by Nigeria Breweries adding 12.5%, and Unilever Nigeria improved with 11.61%. On the other hand, Champion Breweries was top on the decliners with a loss of 25.26%, followed by Ikeja Hotel dipping with 25%, and Cornerstone Insurance declined with 10.91%. At the end of business for the week, the financial services industry dominated the general activity level with a turnover of 886.545 million shares, while the conglomerates and the consumer goods index followed among others, contributing a volume.
Leaders from the Southern African region are holding a virtual meeting today under the auspices of the Southern African Development Community, an intergovernmental organization made up of 16 nations from the region. One of the key issues they will be discussing is the rising violence from ISIL-linked terrorists in Mozambique after armed fighters seized control of a key port in the country. Let's now join Harris C., correspondent, for more. Over to sports. Italian powerhouse Inter Milan and Ukrainian champions Shakhtar Donetsk will square off in Dusseldorf tonight, looking to earn a place in this season's Europa League final. Let's now join our sports correspondent Samuel Adeleke for details of this and more.
Antonio Conte's side defeated Bayer Leverkusen 2-1 to get to this stage of the competition, while Shakhtar Donetsk humbled Swiss club FC Basel 4-1 in the last 8. Inter benefited from Romelu Lukaku's 31 goals in all competitions this season, and now 2 wins away from Conte's first trophy at San Siro. Shakhtar having their best European campaign since 2016 under Portuguese manager Luis Castro, who has only been in charge of this group of players for 14 months. The winner of this tie will face Sevilla in the final on Friday night. Meanwhile, English Premier League club Manchester United have been knocked out of the Europa League competition following a 2-1 defeat to Europa League specialist Sevilla last night. Bruno Fernandes' early penalty had put the Red Devils in front, but the lead was cancelled out by Suso's strike for Sevilla in the first half. Before substitute Luke de Jong turned home Jesus Navas' cross 12 minutes from time, the decider on the night. Sevilla, who have now won 25 of their last 26 Europa League knockout ties, will face Inter Milan or Shakhtar Donetsk in the final. And in tennis, top seed Simona Halep won the Prague Open, the second post-lockdown WTA event, after beating Belgium's Elise Mertens in straight sets yesterday. Reigning Wimbledon champion and world number 2, Romania's Halep beat the 23rd ranked Mertens 6-2, 7-5 in an hour and 33 minutes behind closed doors. It was her 21st career WTA title, making her the 5th most successful active player yet. Still in tennis, Japan's Kai Nishikori has tested positive for coronavirus and will not play in the Cincinnati Masters, with the US Open 2 weeks away. The 2014 US Open runner-up, who is 30, said in a statement that is feeling well but will now isolate and get tested again on Friday. Under America's Public Health Authority rules, Nishikori's isolation will end on August 26, 5 days before the US Open begins in New York. Away from tennis, Formula 1 champion and Mercedes driver Lewis Hamilton dominated the Spanish Grand Prix on Sunday to take his 4th victory in 6 races so far this year. The Mercedes driver led every lap from pole position and was simply too fast for Red Bull's Max Verstappen, who was unable to cope. Hamilton's teammate Valtteri Bottas took 3rd, failing to catch Verstappen despite Mercedes' efforts on strategy. Hamilton's win extended his World Championship lead to 37 points over Verstappen, who is 6 ahead of Bottas. It was the 88th victory of Hamilton's career, now 3 away from Ferrari legend Michael Schumacher's all-time record of wins. The P1 handed the 6-time world champion his 156th Formula 1 podium finish, a new record beating the previous mark also held by Schumacher. Samuel Adeleke, ASO Television News.
Chairman of the Northern Governors Forum and Governor of Plateau State, Barrister Simon Bakolalong, has expressed sadness over the death of the former governor of defunct Gongola State and former High Commissioner of Nigeria to Zimbabwe, Mr. Wilberforce Juta. Governor Lalong, in a message issued by his Director of Press and Public Affairs, Dr. Makut Simon Machan, on behalf of the forum, described the late governor as a politician who served his people with loyalty and courage. Governor Lalong said the deceased contributed immensely to the development of the defunct Gongola state, particularly in the areas of education and human capital development during his term as deputy governor from 1979 and then governor in 1983. He commiserated with his family, friends and political associates, as well as the entire people and governments of Adamawa and Taraba states. He also prayed God to grant his soul rest and comfort the family. That's the bulletin at this time, but before we go, a look at the major stories. Tribunal today has nullified the Bayelsa State governorship election, and the West African Examination Council exam has commenced examination for exit classes in senior secondary schools across the country. That's the news. I am Usman Khatun Umar. Thanks for watching.
I welcome you to Newspaper Preview. I am Augustus Zetefia.
Now, if the teachers are not well equipped and their salaries are not well paid, then how do they go and teach them?
You are welcome to the roundtable on the combined service of ASO Radio and Television. I am Lloyd Istanbul.
Since the inauguration of this committee, we have seen that the NWC has taken the party into one crisis or the other.
True. This is the constitution of the APC. It's not written anywhere here in the constitution that the NEC has the power to dissolve the NWC.
Thanks for joining us on ASO Sports. This will have finally ended their 30 years of wait for their 19th top flight title. Talking sports generally in Nigeria, the Minister of Youth and Sports Development has come out to say that efforts are being made to explore all appropriate avenues to transform sports in the country from just mere recreation to profitable economic activities.
Hello and welcome. This is ASO Briefing. I am Zara Manti Mohammed.
ABUJA Obama's transport company has been very strict in following the FCT administration's guidelines to ensure safety of the passengers.
On the African continent, daily infections record from about 57 countries have taken total infections to over 396,000.
Welcome. This is ASO Television News. I am Fatima Ibrahim.
INEC warned political parties to develop appropriate guidelines for the conduct of the rallies and campaigns, taking into consideration all the guidelines and protocols developed by the health authorities.
Hi, thanks for joining us. I am Adam Small. Welcome to the Global View. The director of the US CDC, Robert Redfield, says based on antibody testing, infections could be 10 times higher than the reported 2.4 million states across the South and West.
This is Africa 54. Nigeria says it's also focusing on international airports to control the infection, and that it has at least 4 labs that can test for coronavirus.
Around 80% of people with coronavirus have only mild symptoms, meaning the true prevalence is likely underreported.
Hello, welcome straight to Africa.
Mozambique is on the front lines of climate change, which is intensifying. Weather events, cyclones in March and April left a trail of destruction.
Being green is not just about planting trees. The world is grappling with so many other problems.
Nigeria is blessed with abundant talents. From the north to the south, east and west, youths abound with multiple of creative abilities. Behold the convergence of all great talents in Nigeria. 30 housemates now have the opportunity to unleash their potential. To everyone who knows how to dream big, welcome to the Big Dream.
Big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams. Big Dream Nigeria Talent Show. Big Dreams TV Show 2020.
Exclusive to ASO Television.
The ancient city of Hebron in what is now the occupied West Bank, and just outside the Jewish settlement of Kiryat Arba. Among the latter's inhabitants is this man.
My name is Pinhas Attali. I also have a French name, of course, Thierry. Thierry Attali. Being Jewish comes above everything else for me, over any affiliation to a nationality. I am fundamentally influenced by being a descendant of the Hebrews who arrived in the land of Canaan over 3,500 years ago. The land on the other side of the fence is mine too. Whether Jews, Arabs, or Christians, they all need to get the fact that Israel is never going away.
Israël ne va pas disparaître.
Pinhas Attali was born to French Jewish parents in Algiers during the Algerian War of Independence. After growing up in Paris, he moved to Israel at the age of 19. Today he lives in the occupied West Bank, in the Jewish settlement of Kiryat Arba on the outskirts of Hebron. It's home to 8,000 Jewish settlers who have a particularly radical reputation, as do those living in the old town of Hebron itself, in an enclave that is fenced off from the rest of the city and guarded by Israeli soldiers. For Pinhas Attali, encouraging Jewish settlement of the West Bank is part of a divine mission. Back in France, he was the leader of a Zionist terrorist group. Later in Israel, he served in a special forces unit. 500,000 Jewish settlers now live in the occupied West Bank. They are widely seen as illegal under international law. Filmmaker Stefan Girard is also a French Jew. but with a different stance on Judaism and Israel. The first stop on his documentary journey through the Promised Land is the Talmud School in Kiryat Arba.
This filmmaker accompanying me says that we Jews are living illegally in Hebron. Find me a verse from the Torah that proves the opposite. Something in writing, a land registry entry that says that Hebron is ours.
Abraham said, "Sell me the land on which the tomb of the patriarchs stands, in return for pieces of silver."
There it is.
And there were witnesses to the sale.
The tombs of the biblical patriarchs Abraham, Isaac and Jacob comprise one of the most sacred sites in Judaism. Finas Atali is a regular visitor to the synagogue here, located in the northern section of the famous cave complex. Young boys come here to study ancient scripture.
I come here every morning. I can't imagine a better place to pray. Hebron is the capital of Judea, and Judea is the old Israel, the heart of Israel. I have no problem talking about what people here pejoratively call kibush. It means occupation. Then there's likvush, conquest. Yes, we have reconquered the land, and it is occupied by its residents. We are the Palestinians.
The Jewish settlement of Kiryat Arba was founded in 1979 on a vacated military base outside Hebron. Finas Atali lives here with his wife and their 9 children. The settlers here are considered among the most extreme in the movement.
Are you careful? And here we have Isaac's last resting place, which we're no longer allowed to enter. The door is padlocked, and we don't have a key. Only the police do. On the other side is Isaac's tomb. That's the area for Muslims. Can you not imagine everyone praying together? That could lead to a dispute, or worse. This is no place for a brawl. This is a sacred place, where we come to pray, not to fight. If we don't want to see chairs being thrown across the place, it's better to avoid contact right now.
caves of the patriarchs include the Sanctuary of Abraham. In 2017, UNESCO declared the complex and the entire old town of Hebron a Palestinian World Heritage Site, prompting outrage from Israel.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أخوكم في الله الشيخ حفظ ياسين أبو سنينة.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful, I am Sheikh Hafiz Abu Sunaina, Imam and Director of the Mosque in the Caves of the Patriarchs.
يعني حقيقة هذا المكان هو يعتبر
This is the third holiest site in Islam, after Mecca and the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem.
المسجد الأقصى المبارك. نحن نعتبر كل جزء
Everything in this place is part of our history.
يعني شيء له
This is a holy site.
في هذا المكان. بوابة المغارة.
This trapdoor leads directly to the interior of Abraham's tomb.
شوية أبو إبراهيم.
Careful.
ويوضع في
We're lowering these lights into the tomb.
The
tombs of the prophets are in the first section underground. Nobody is allowed to go down there.
When you go and see the Jewish, they say Abraham, of course, is Jewish.
Allah says that Abraham was neither Jewish nor Christian. He was a Muslim and not an idol. The muezzin has to go over to the Jewish side to issue the call to prayer. That's where the loudspeakers are and the technical equipment he needs. It's been that way for ages now. The settlers always think the muezzin is armed, which is why there are always such strict security procedures.
When the muezzin has to cross the Jewish area, he often faces verbal provocations from the Jewish settlers, who are separated by room dividers.
It's just a verse written by King David that says that Sadiq, the righteous Jew, will rejoice. Provided he has exacted revenge, he will wash his feet in the blood of the wicked. King David wrote that, and we're applying it here at the tomb of the patriarchs.
Un colon israélien pris d'une folie criminelle est entré armé d'un fusil d'assaut dans un lieu saint, dans le caveau des patriarches, et a tiré sans discontinuer sur les fidèles musulmans qui étaient en train de prier. Il a tué et blessé plusieurs dizaines de Palestiniens.
Le carnage s'est déroulé à quelques kilomètres d'ici, dans le caveau des patriarches. L'armée a bouclé le secteur. Au diable les Juifs, on se vengera, on tuera des Israéliens, hurle cet homme. L'assassin, le voici. Baruch Goldstein, un médecin de 35 ans d'origine américaine. Arrivé en Israël il y a 10 ans, il est allé rejoindre les plus extrémistes des colons du mouvement Car à Kiryat Arba. Après le carnage, il ne se serait pas suicidé. Il aurait été tué par des survivants. Son corps a été déchiqueté par la foule en colère.
For some Jewish settlers, Baruch Goldstein remains a hero.
Alors certains l'appellent le saint, d'autres l'appellent
Some call him a saint,
le maire de la ville de l'époque,
others a murderer. The local mayor, Tzvi Katsova, decided to have him buried here in Kiryat Arba, in a solitary grave.
Lui qui était très entouré, puisqu'il était
He was a
médecin,
doctor and a highly respected man.
très chéri, connu et tout.
Now he lies here practically alone, like a dog.
Pas dire,
Very few people come to visit.
peu sont ceux qui viennent
Most of them come to spit on his grave.
qui viennent ici, c'est pour cracher sur sa tombe.
I would never dare to lay flowers by his grave,
Jamais la décorer.
but neither would I dare to
Et
spit
j'oserais
on
non
it.
plus jamais cracher sur sa tombe, quoi.
Do you condemn what he did?
ce qu'il a fait?
Qui suis-je pour condamner?
Who am I to condemn? I neither condone nor condemn it. But naturally, I don't approve of it.
The Palestinians have a different perspective.
There is no end to the conflict because our fundamental rights are constantly under attack. Nobody can live under colonialization. Nobody. No Arabs. Not even a stone.
As an experienced soldier in an Israeli Special Forces unit, Pinas Atali was involved in the security issues of Kiryat Arba from the outset.
This is a zone under complete Israeli control and internationally recognized.
But internationally, everyone says the settlements are illegal.
Everyone? Here are two people who do not say that, so not everybody. For people who live here, and people in Judea and Samaria, and a lot of people in Israel, this is 100% Israeli territory.
Unlike in Israeli-annexed East Jerusalem, Israeli citizens require a permit to set up home in the occupied territories in the West Bank. The Israeli authorities consider regular settlements legal, but not the dozens of so-called outposts, where settlers claim land simply by installing porto cabins. Their hope is for these to be the basis for new settlements.
Hi, how are you doing?
Oh, just fine.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why are you living out here?
Two reasons. First, Zionism. And the second is to keep an eye on this area and also to save money. The land here doesn't cost anything, but primarily it's about Zionism.
Isn't it dangerous?
Anything can happen, but it's all in God's hands.
Is this a settlement?
Non. Personne ne colonise encore, mais ça ne saurait tarder.
No, but it soon will be. We're occupying the land just as naturally as a Frenchman would farm his fields.
Son champ, tout simplement. Voilà. J'y crois pas du tout.
I don't see a Palestinian flag ever flying here. Kiryat Arba is a symbol. It's the capital of Judea and a symbol for everyone from Judea and Samaria. This is not about a handful of settlers or pilgrims. We're talking about 500,000 people. Nobody's just going to throw us out of Judea. Not anymore.
But the settlements are not without their critics in Israel either. The country's Supreme Court recently declared the expropriation of Palestinian landowners unconstitutional. The ruling overturned a law passed by the government in 2017 that had retroactively legitimized such land transfers. But new settlements continue to be erected regardless.
Once we have 10,000 residents in Kiryat Arba, we will have a city. And then they'll have to build a highway connecting it to Jerusalem. And then things will look very different in Kiryat Arba.
Kiryat Arba is located on the outskirts of Hebron and can take advantage of the high unemployment among the city's majority Arab population. A lot of Palestinians work on the construction sites on Jewish settlements.
If everyone were like you, there'd have been peace ages ago.
Shalom Isman.
Been working here long?
6 months at least.
The Arabs want the Jews to leave. Why are you helping to build their homes?
We've been working for the Jews for years. Working elsewhere is not enough to make a living. This is my permit for working here.
But it's not valid for Israel.
No, only in Kiryat Arba.
Couldn't the authorities relax the rules for these people?
He's never thrown a rock and has no criminal record. Sure, they need help and encouragement, but this little hothead here might then slit your throat the next day. So no, we can't let them into our land.
It's Israel that means this division between peoples. Israel doesn't want me to have citizenship, so I have to commit to Palestinian nationality. We need two independent states side by side.
What if you were given Israeli citizenship?
Oh, sure, I'm in.
Hebron is home to 200,000 Palestinians and 800 Jewish settlers. Nowhere is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict more visible than here, outside Israel. Nowhere do Palestinians and Jewish settlers live so closely to each other. The two groups are strictly separated with fences and checkpoints.
The fence shows the fear of each other. This is Palestine, and over there is Israel.
And you can't cross over?
No, not me.
Too dangerous without the fence?
Yes, look. The Arabs have stone paths. The Israelis have tarmac. Stones versus tarmac. And that leads to hate. Do you know what that means?
Pinas Atali is determined to buy out buildings in the Arab area, regardless.
I'll show you a house on the other side where Israelis aren't allowed to go or live. I'll take off my yarmulke to avoid attention. Let's just go there.
Pour pas attirer l'attention, tout simplement. Hello, hello. On y va direct sans réfléchir. Sans réfléchir.
Normally you couldn't come here?
No.
Non, on n'a pas le droit d'être là, non.
Says who?
The Israeli government.
Why?
Pour la bonne entente.
To improve relations and avoid provocations and conflict. And to prevent any danger to me.
En danger aussi. Je suis en danger d'être ici.
A shame, it's locked.
Why are you interested in this house?
There's a great view across the square in front of the mosque and the caves of the patriarchs. And up front is a building which is precious and belongs to people who live in Jordan and want to sell it. There are buildings owned by
des Arabes juifs, s'ils acceptent, on est d'accord.
Inas Atali's endeavour to acquire buildings and land in Hebron extends not only to the entire West Bank, but also to majority Palestinian East Jerusalem.
The aim is to buy buildings to restore them to Jews.
Where does the money come from?
We provide the money. Money from me and my partners who also want to invest for ideological reasons.
And money from abroad?
Yes, most is coming from the U.S., but rarely from Europe. The Europeans tend to give their money to the Palestinian side. These projects are funded by American Jews.
Inas Atali is committed to what he sees as a mission to settle the West Bank with Jews.
This is an urban planning project for Jerusalem. Are very anti-Israel.
Anti-Israël. Voilà, à partir de maintenant, là, ça devient dangereux.
It could get hairy now.
On est hop, ils l'ont fermé.
Oh, it's blocked off. Unbelievable.
C'est la première fois que je vois.
That's new to me.
Ils m'ont fermé le terrain.
They've gated off my land. I wanted to take us through here. Interesting.
Bon, eh ben, ça c'est intéressant. Alors, regardez ce qu'on va faire, c'est super.
Let's see what's possible. There's a roadblock here, too. I can't believe it. Who did that?
Qui a fait ça? Qui a fait ça? Si ça part en vrille, déjà, on est...
If things get out of control, then we're French. And we're doing a film for French TV. Jews?
Pour la télévision française.
No.
Il n'y a pas de juifs parmi nous. Si on doit sortir nos papiers,
If we have to provide ID, then our French passports.
tout de suite, pas avec nos papiers.
We have to keep them separate.
Donc séparer les papiers français des papiers.
And my Israeli passport stays here.
Vont rester dans la voiture.
And careful, from now on, we only speak French and English. This is the Mount of Olives. Behind is the Temple Mount, which we also call the Esplanade before the mosque.
Was the land purchase illegal?
The land was acquired legally by contract and paid for. An Israeli court recognized the purchase and me as the owner. But the sale cannot be entered in the land registry. They say it's risky politically and could lead to an uprising among nearby residents. In their eyes, I did something crazy.
Have you had threats for buying the land?
Oui, j'ai reçu des menaces de mort.
Yes, I've had death threats a number of times when I've come here.
En venant ici.
How can he be coming from that direction?
Sorry, we have French television. Yeah.
Not all of them, are good.
Hello. Where are you from? You from here?
Yes.
Yeah.
For 700 years. That's my grandfather built that house.
Where?
That one. 700 years.
Why you don't build here? Why it's empty?
Good question. You're smart. He's very smart. Because I live in Israel, Jewish rule.
No.
I built 4 houses over there. The government put them down. They don't want me to build.
And whose land is this?
My land.
You have paper that is yours?
Papers, but they will take it.
Nobody can take. If you have papers, nobody...
They took the whole Palestine.
You don't believe to peace. You don't believe.
Peace?
You don't believe.
Justice before peace. Justice before peace. This is my land. Give me my land, I will make peace with you.
Là, ce qu'on entend là, on est clairement côté musulman là, non?
Écoutez, je peux pas changer moi 2000 ans d'histoire. C'est sûr que j'aurais préféré.
I can't change 2,000 years of history. Of course, I'd prefer to see a synagogue here instead of a mosque. But nobody's going to blow it up or demolish it. Of course, the mosque has been here for many years. How could it disappear? Well, maybe through an earthquake or some other natural disaster. I don't see any other solution. But do I pray for it? No.
Est-ce que moi je prie pour ça? Non.
This is another interesting episode of your program, Business and Economy. I am Ile Emeje. National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, says that the Nigerian unemployment rate rose to 27.1% in the second quarter of 2020, from the 23.1% recorded in the third quarter of 2018. This was contained in the recent data on labor force status, unemployment and underemployment released by the National Bureau of Statistics, attributing the situation to adverse effects of COVID-19 pandemic, which made it harder for corporate entities to create more jobs. Today on the program, we are looking at the state of the nation with reference to the unemployment level and probable solutions. My guest is an economic analyst who will join us immediately after the business news to discuss possible measures in reducing unemployment rate in the country. Stay with us. Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says that 22 Nigerian banks have submitted requests to restructure 35,639 credit facilities of businesses that were negatively impacted by the coronavirus pandemic as of July 20th, 2020. This was disclosed in a statement by the CBN Deputy Governor on Financial System, Mrs. Aisha Ahmad, noting that this represents 41.92% of the total industry's loan portfolio. The CBN Deputy Governor stated that the net interest margin remained quite robust despite lower interest income due to much lower industry interest expense as deposit ratio continued to decline. Mrs. Ahmad further explains that the loan-to-deposit ratio, global standing instruction, streamlining of access to open market operations securities, and other complementary measures have been strong tailwinds which have strengthened intermediation via increased lending to the key sectors. According to her, these efforts were supported by the various ongoing Central Bank of Nigeria interventions to reduce impact of the coronavirus pandemic on businesses and households. Nigeria's unemployment rate has risen to 27.1% in the second quarter of 2020 from the 23.1% in the third quarter of 2018. National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, made this known in its recent labor force status, unemployment and underemployment data, attributing the situation to COVID-19 pandemic, which has made it harder for corporate entities to create more jobs. The NBS noted that the number of persons in the economically active or working age population of between 15 to 64 years increased to 116.87 million from the 115.49 million in the third quarter of 2018. The data revealed that during the period under review, unemployment rate among young people between ages 15 to 34 was 34.9% from the 29.7%, while underemployment rose to 28.2% from the 25.7% in the third quarter of 2018. Responding, a senior lecturer in the Economic Department of Ekiti State University, Professor Abel Awe, advised the federal government to fix more infrastructures as an important tool towards a conducive environment for businesses to thrive and an enhanced economic growth of the country. Welcome. Our guest is an economic analyst, Mr. Akitunde Ogunsola. You are welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ogunsola, let's start by knowing the demarcation, that thin line between unemployment and underemployment in the country. What do we say? Who do we refer to as the unemployed and the underemployed?
Thank you very much. The unemployed are those that are out of job. They are qualified for jobs, but they can't really get any job to do. We call those categories as being unemployed.
Okay.
While the underemployed are those that they are qualified for maybe to be a manager, and such person is now working as a clerk. We call that underemployed. That means he's not working based on the level of skill that he has acquired. He's working below his capacity, his capability. So that is underemployment.
Can you just give an example?
Okay, example, a graduate has finished from the university and then is looking for a job. He is not even doing anything at all. That is unemployment. He is unemployed. Then for the underemployment, we are talking of a graduate of, let's say, a graduate of management, and that such graduate is now working as a clerk in an office, just carrying files up and down. That is underemployment.
Some time ago, an economic analyst attributed these problems of unemployment and maybe underemployment to the fact that Nigerian graduates they are not employable. Do you ascribe to that?
Yes, actually that is true, because the way the Nigerian curriculum for universities are designed is designed to, just take up your CV and begin to look for a job. And when you get the job, they are waiting for you to direct them on what to do in everything that is assigned to them, which is a burden to the employer, because the employer needs somebody that can deliver the work with less supervision. But most of our graduates today, they need thorough supervision even after giving them the job, and that is a headache to the employer.
Maybe you call it an orientation problem also.
Yes, it's an orientation problem, and this idea of salary mentality. Oh, they're just after my salary should be 100,000, 200,000, but they are not thinking of what can I put in to make my salary fatter, bigger, and all that. So that's the problem.
But what can we do? Is there anything we can do to change this mindset of maybe coming out of the university or the tertiary institution, as the case may be, and then maybe after your NYSC, compulsory 1-year service, and the next thing for you to think of is how to carry your certificate around the state to get employed by the government?
Yes, over the years, government is trying. At least, it's just that maybe we need to re-emphasize and maybe re-strategize on the government strategy. Government has included entrepreneurship in all the courses in the Nigerian university. Even though you are studying medicine, you are studying psychology, you are studying accounting, you are studying anything in the university, you must do entrepreneurship as a subject, either in your 100 level or 200 level, so that you can have an idea of how to bring out business from whatever profession they are doing. You can bring out a business angle from that, and I think that is helping. But I think it's not enough, because for now it's still more of theory. People are just, they want to read that entrepreneurship and pass the exams, not looking at the actual dream behind introducing the entrepreneurship in the school.
All right. Many economists are of the view that unemployment is a time bomb that can be exploded anytime in the future if not well managed. What does the explosion refer to?
unemployment is not good for it's not good for any economy, not even only Nigeria. Even the Western world, they are also trying to control the level of unemployment because it affects the economy adversely. The meaning of having a large population of unemployed people, it means that that country is not producing to its maximum capacity. And when you are not producing to your maximum capacity, it means your GDP will be down. And when your GDP is down, you know that you'll be a consuming nation rather than being an exporting nation. And these are the issues that you have. Also, there are also so many things that unemployment can cause. So in the area of security, look at armed robbery up and down, look at kidnapping and they are asking for ransom. These are because people are not employed, they are not seeing something to do. If they have work to do, I think they will be more engaged into some reasonable activities. And I think these are politics in this country is also affecting the youth. Yes, looking at what is happening now, youth are after following one candidate or the other to make noise and go up and down. Before you know, they hire them as thugs. They give them weapons, and before you know, they started showing them money. They feel if you be a thug, you can get money. But it's not that. It doesn't last. So we need to really reorient our youth on how to be more productive rather than being relying on government or following politicians in a very bad way, which does not bring any benefit to the economy of the nation.
Okay, let's digress a little to the unemployment in the area of the factors of production.
Yeah.
The factors of production on any economy. I don't want to say not just in Nigeria, but in major economies of the world, cannot be said to be fully employed. I'm talking about the land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. But coming to Nigeria, can we say that these factors have achieved at least 50% operation?
No, it hasn't. We have not even achieved up to 20%, if I'm to rate it, because we have massive land in this country, and most of this land, they are arable land, millions of hectares of land in Nigeria, and then only about 50% of the land is being cultivated. Others are not even, they are untapped, they are not used. So land is not totally used, still below usage. Now talking of capital, capital is also not totally utilized because if there is fund, I believe that there are wonderful youths out there that have brilliant ideas, but they don't have the fund, they don't have the capital to start up these businesses, and to actually obtain loan is another issue. But thank God, government is rolling out some, incentives, some initiative, palliative, to see that youth can access some of these things. And talking about entrepreneurship, how many entrepreneurs do we have in Nigeria? There are very few compared to the total number of population. Looking at the population of Nigeria, about 60% of Nigeria's population are between the ages of 0 to 35 years old, which means that 60% of our population are youths. And if they are all youths, how many of them are entrepreneurs? I can tell you the successful entrepreneurs in this country are above 35 years old.
Okay.
So it means that we are still underutilized in that aspect also.
Okay.
So the factors of production are still not enormously utilized in this country.
It will lead us to this question now. Employment is one of the indicators or parameters or indices of measuring the performance of any country of the world, including Nigeria. And from the NBS data, unemployment for young people increased to 34.9% during the period under review, which I can say is on the high side. What can you say is the economic implication with reference
incentive for the critical sectors like the aviation sector, the hotels, the agricultural sector, so that they can have access. They can have access to that loan at a very low rate. The rate is 5%. It used to be 9%, but because of the pandemic, they said, okay, let them take off 4% and make it 5%, so that people can access this loan and continue their business, so that they wouldn't have to lay off their staff for this period of pandemic. So just maybe people should try and take advantage of the CBN interventions, and that will help to boost employment. Most of these companies had to lay off because there was no production. What's the point having staff that they are not working and you are paying them salaries? So that was what caused the unemployment level. But I believe that before the end of the year, in this Q2, the second quarter, the second half, H2, that we are just in now, I believe before the end of the year, employment will be created.
I'm sure a lot of Nigerians are aware of the various intervention schemes by the federal government through the Central Bank of Nigeria. But one thing that is of concern is the fact that a lot of Nigerians venture. Just explain the various and the rest of them small business, so that the benefits of our listeners or our viewers here will know which area of intervention they can just venture into in order to improve their standard of living. Okay,
like this one I just mentioned now, the 50 billion intervention by CBN is actually for small, medium scale businesses, SMEs in the country. If you have a business idea and you feel that you need to fund within a short period of time to achieve that idea, you can go to the CBN. These loans are collateral free. Yes. You don't need to bring any collateral. I think you just need to bring a guarantor, and that will stand for you within a short time, so that if you have a plan, the major thing is for you to have a plan of taking the loan and a repayment plan. Once your repayment plan is acceptable, you can't just walk up to CBN and say, give me money. No, you must sit down and draw a business plan. Okay. Now, where the problem now is, many of our youth, they don't know how to draw up a business plan, because they are after taking up CV to look for a job. So now, youths out there should see how to learn, they should go about to learn how to draw a winning business plan. Okay. I think that's where they need to start from. If you have an idea, okay, you want to start up a pure water business, for example, you need to go out there, okay, pure water business, what's the plan? How many quantity can I produce? What do I need? Sit down and ask yourself questions. By answering those questions, you are already drawing up a plan. If I take up a loan of 50,000, how do I intend to pay back within 6 months or 1 year? Okay. How much can I? Those are the questions that you begin to answer. And as you are answering those questions, you're already drawing up your plans. Okay. And if you can sit down and answer those questions very well, you can now walk up to CBN and say, see, I have an idea. I want to start a water business. Okay. And this is my plan. This is my plan. If CBN sees it as a viable something, you have access to the loan. Okay. So what actually cuts people off from accessing those loans is because they don't have a good business plan. Okay. So that is where they should start from. All right. We'll take a break now and we'll be right back. Stay with us. To business and economy, and we have been looking at the state of the nation in relation to unemployment and possible solutions.
The guest has been an economic analyst, Mr. Akitunde Ogunsola. Sir, I want to take you back again to what we were discussing before the break. We're looking at the various intervention programs rolled out by the federal government through the Central Bank of Nigeria. For the benefit of our viewers again, especially those that are either underemployed or unemployed, which other way, apart from rolling out their business plans, what else do you think they can do also to boost the gross domestic product of the nation? And what else do you think the government on their part can do also to motivate these youths apart from these schemes rolled out?
That's a good question. Let me start from government. Okay. Government is to ensure that there is an enabling environment for business to thrive. Enabling environment in the sense that open up business activities, let the airports be working, let the teachers be going to school. When all these economic activities are all going on, opportunities will be coming up and people can be grabbing those opportunities and converting them to some cash for themselves. Okay. Then for the individuals, for now, what they can do is to sit down and look for an opportunity. Even when there's always an opportunity, no matter the situation of the country. I can give you one example. Before February this year, I don't think anybody thought of producing a face mask at all to sell.
Nobody dreamt of it at all.
Or a face shield.
Not even in our wildest dream.
As of January, nobody was thinking of doing that business.
At all.
But when the pandemic came, the opportunity came. And as you can imagine how many millions people have made from production of face shield. The face shield goes for 2,000 to 3,000 naira. And imagine the quantity, if you even produce that for all the people out there, you know the amount of money that you make. So there is always an opportunity no matter the situation. I can give another example. When this fuel scarcity came, people took advantage of that too. You see people selling fuel in gallons and all that here, just to see that they meet up some ends meet, So there is always an opportunity. Don't just relax and say government has not done anything. This one is bad. No, don't let us be on the complaining part. Let us always be on the lookout for opportunities. And by God's grace, when you get the opportunity, that can move you on.
Let's also look at the concerns of many Nigerians, which is on the implementation of policies towards the desired goals. How would you advise the government in this direction in order to maintain a sustainable economy? The implementation of all of these policies so that the normal Nigeria way or Nigeria nature of Nigerians of converting this money into something else instead of the purpose to which it was addressed.
Well, the policies have been there before the pandemic that occurred, and businesses were actually thriving before then. It's just this pandemic that caused the setback for us, and with that, I think that was what breached all that. For now, we are still under lockdown. Partial lockdown. So don't let us forget that.
We are still under partial
We are still under a partial lockdown, which was extended for 1 month, I think, till the end of August. So the economy is going to be coming up gradually. So don't let us be in a hurry. As the economy is coming up, because the international airport is not yet opened, the schools are not yet opened, some nightclubs and bars and all those gardens and the rest, they are not yet opened. So these are businesses too. And people that are doing these businesses are at home doing nothing. So government is willing to implement the policies, but also being careful with this pandemic, because we don't want people to die. We don't want our cases to continue to rise. So as the lockdown is being eased gradually, businesses will be picking up. Activities will start. By the time schools resume now, you see school buses, teachers, people selling peanuts and all that for children. A lot of activities will spring up. Only the opening of school alone. And I believe that with time, when this pandemic subsides a little, all these activities, business activities will come up again with time. So the policies are there. It's just this pandemic People are forgetting quickly in a hurry that we are still under partial lockdown.
Thinking that,
that everything has been normalized.
Reopening.
We are still under a partial lockdown, and with time, as soon as the other phase of the lockdown is being lifted, activities will spring up and opportunities will come along with them.
Okay, you agree, just away from unemployment and underemployment, you agree with me that the problem of unemployment and underemployment has also translated to fears in the minds of even those that are employed. There is a fear of retirement. After retirement, what do I fall back to? What is your advice to people that belong to that class now ahead of retirement? Taking clue from these intervention programs rolled out by the federal government, I want to believe that the intervention programs is not only for the unemployed and the underemployed.
It's for all Nigerians.
Even the workers, those that are working, can also access some of this intervention. What is your advice to them before we round off?
All right. My advice to people that are working is that there's a seminar that we did for this category of people, and we said, by the time you are entering the civil service, always have it at the back of your mind that 3 things happen to civil servants.
Okay. 1
is either you retire, 2 is either you are retrenched, or you are relieved of your work. So those are 3 R's. So if you are not planning for retirement, then you get caught up on, hey, retirement has come, what will I do? But if you have been planning for retirement over the years, maybe you have your son or your daughter that is of age, a teenager, you start grooming them in the line of business, okay, do it like this. There are some other business activities. For those in the civil service, one thing that is sure is that they are allowed to go into farming, agricultural farming. It's either you are rearing animals. When we talk of farming now, it's not only crops. Chicken. You can have a poultry farm. You can have a fish farm. You can have a piggery farm. You can have a snail farm. So many things that you can do. People will surely eat food.
Okay. So
just look for one of them and allow yourself to it. Be a supplier. For example, just be a supplier of fish, catfish. Just be a supplier of catfish to the market. Supply in Wuse market, supply in Gariki market. You are in business. You are in money.
All right. Make sure you look for an alternative business to do so that you'll be in money. Mr. Akintunde, I want to thank you for finding time to be on today's episode of our program. And with this, we have come to the end of this episode. Do not forget to observe all precautionary measures against coronavirus disease for a healthy nation. Have a great week.
And welcome to a Voice of America special report about legacies of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm Maida Dlassalet.
And I'm Chris Simpkins. 400 years ago, slavery began in what would become the United States when 20 Africans were traded for supplies at a colonial Virginia port. These first slaves came from Angola. Myra, you retraced their trail. What did you find?
We followed their path up the Kwanzaa River, where most of the slaves were captured, and back to a seaside chapel where they were converted to Christianity before being shipped across the Atlantic. In 1619, a European ship landed in colonial Virginia with an unexpected cargo. At least 20 enslaved Africans, the first in America. These captives, from what is now the country of Angola, had survived a treacherous Atlantic crossing, only to face more suffering, a fate shared by hundreds of thousands of other enslaved Africans in what became United States. Records of the sale and shipment of Africans appear in many ledgers, telling a horror story of upheaval and exploitation. At Angola's National Museum of Slavery in Luanda, Director Vladimir Fortuna says the slave trade's legacy still haunts the country.
For almost 4 centuries, this country, this region that we know today as Angola, was heavily involved in these activities, and this country was harmed in every single aspect. The social fabric was destroyed, and today we live with the consequences of slavery.
Centuries of colonial rule combined with slavery fostered conflicts in Africa that increased poverty and instability, Fortuna says.
The slave trade destabilized African societies. It wasn't possible during the times of slavery and colonization for African societies to reorganize their political and labor systems. And sometimes people try to forget this part of the country's history. And that's why the National Museum of Slavery exists.
This small house and chapel overlooking the sea formed part of Luanda's slave trade. The beautiful view contrasts starkly with the deplorable experiences that happened here. In this building, captives were converted to Christianity before being sent to meet their fate as slaves in the New World. Through baptism, the Catholic Church stripped the captives of their African identity. Those who were detained in Angola were given Portuguese Christian names. They were baptized in big groups and were renamed if and when they reached a distant shore.
These people were baptized en masse.
Paulino Koteka is a priest in the coastal city of Benguela, south of Luanda.
On one hand, it helped new converts embrace the gospel. On the other hand, it destroyed their identity and their culture. Many of them suffered because of this evangelization. That's why the church apologized later for these mistakes.
The Kwanza River, which empties into the Atlantic just south of Luanda, was an important trade route, and people who lived near its banks got swept up in the slave trade.
It was by the river where most of the slaves were captured. They were kidnapped, and it was done by the Africans as middlemen.
Hurt says slavery drained the region of precious human capital.
vessel named the White Lion sailed these waters carrying human cargo to trade for food and supplies.
The ship came up to Chesapeake Bay, and it landed here at Point Comfort in the latter part of August of 1619. And on that ship were 20-odd Africans.
Founder of Project 1619, Calvin Pearson, walks the grounds of today's Fort Monroe in Hampton, Virginia. On this strip of land called Port Comfort then, the first enslaved Africans landed in colonial Virginia. It marked the beginning of an odyssey of millions of Africans being brought to America as slaves for more than 200 years.
The first Africans who were brought here were destined for a life of servitude. They had to work the plantations from sun up to sunset, the tobacco fields, the corn fields. They had to work these fields with no hope of ever being free.
It makes me feel goosebumps and a sad nostalgia.
Historian Bill Wiggins says the first captured Africans had no legal status until the Virginia colony formally legalized lifelong slavery in 1661.
I just can imagine the sailing into the bay of these chained individuals in a strange land, not knowing anything about where they were, being taken off of the vessel and told you're going to work here, you're going to live here.
Evidence from scarce records indicates more than 24 Africans were aboard the White Lion. Weeks earlier, the Africans were forcibly taken from a Portuguese slave ship heading to Mexico.
These were free people who had been kidnapped as free people and sold into slavery.
2 enslaved Africans named Anthony and Isabella, likely from Angola and baptized Catholic, were taken off the White Lion when it reached the shores of Port Comfort.
These are the sacred land of our ancestors, and when I walk this land, I think about Anthony and Isabella. I think about what were they thinking about getting off a ship in a strange land. This is ground zero. This is the beginning of the African imprint on America.
The first Africans were sold or traded to wealthy white plantation owners in Hampton and the Jamestown settlement, which became the Virginia colony. A few days after the White Lion landed in Virginia, another ship, the Treasurer, arrived carrying a few slaves, including one named Angela.
Angela, interestingly, is the only African whose name was actually written in the records in 1620 that survived. Now, there may have been other names mentioned, but those records did not survive.
Archaeologists say Angela spent part of her life in Jamestown settlement, now a national park where archaeologists are trying to unearth clues about her life.
With Angela, we can tell the much broader story of slavery and the beginnings of slavery in our country and racism, which really went hand in hand with slavery, and at the same time give Angela, through our imagination, some sense of identity, some sense of dignity.
And it was Angela and so many others that made the colonists prosperous.
They did most of the work, and a number of them obviously died in the process. But we owe a debt to those Africans because they were the foundation of the economic development of what became the United States of America.
In the decades that followed, abolitionists campaigned against slavery. African Americans in free states helped slaves escape through a secret network of routes known as the Underground Railroad.
There was also resistance to slavery in Africa, where Queen Zingambandi fought slave traders for decades in what is now Angola. We went to have a look. For centuries, beginning in the late 1400s, slave traders in what is now Angola took part in transatlantic human trafficking. Historians say the Portuguese took much of the historical records when they left Angola after its independence in 1975. At the National Archive in Luanda, Januário Silva displayed manuscripts left behind that are at least 300 years old.
The name of the slave, gender, place of birth or origin, age, identifying marks, occupation, and at the end, a notes where we can see the date of capture or other relevant information.
The ledgers also contain letters and other correspondence.
This one tells us about a situation involving slaves who have run away with the help or participation of some traditional authorities.
While some tribal chiefs profited from supplying captives to the European slavers, other leaders tried to protect their people. One was Ngingambant, queen of the Ndongo and Matamba kingdoms in the 17th century. A warrior and diplomat, she fended off the Portuguese and Dutch throughout her 40-year reign.
She was the greatest protector of Angolan sovereignty, and it was 40 years of fighting for a woman in the 17th century, and she didn't get killed. She would hide in these floating islands of the Kwanza River, so they could never tell where she was. She always resisted, and she always won.
But ultimately, the Portuguese slave traders prevailed. They already had taken control of parts of the region since 1482. In 1617, they founded the port city of Benguela. There, this building, which is now Angola's National Archaeology Museum, was once a way station for thousands of human captives, says historian and archaeologist Paula Russa.
This was a warehouse. They waited here for the slave ships coming from Europe and the Americas to take them away.
The history is painful. Like many others in Benguela, Russa is descendant from slaves.
My mom is dead. I was raised in an orphanage, but my great aunt told me, "Look, your great-grandmother was sent to receive in Brazil."
Of the nearly 11 million enslaved people shipped from Africa to the Americas, almost 6 million came from what is now Angola. Fewer than 400,000 were sent to the 13 American colonies before 1776. Historians say a tiny fraction came from Benguela.
We had many American tourists on the cruise ships that used to dock here, and they wanted to come to this specific place because they said their ancestors left from here.
When the British Navy moved to block the transatlantic slave trade, historian Armindo Jaime Gomes says Portuguese slavers ruthlessly avoided getting caught.
A técnica usada por portugueses.
When British inspectors reached Portuguese ships, they wouldn't find any slaves. The Portuguese strategy was to throw all the black people into the sea when they spotted British ships. The Portuguese would then return to shore and pack the ship up again.
African slavery helped drive the economy of the young United States. Among those who prospered from the slave trade were the DeWolf family of Rhode Island. I went to talk to their descendants about the family's legacy.
This is where it is, right?
This is the DeWolf family cemetery. This is the funeral mound of James DeWolf. It's hard to muster much sympathy for the lack of dignity in this for someone who engaged in slave trading on that kind of an epic scale.
James DeWolf Perry is referring to one of his great-grandfathers, buried here in Bristol, Rhode Island. Katrina Brown, his cousin, is a direct descendant of the DeWolf family, too.
James DeWolf and his extended family brought more than 12,000 enslaved Africans across the Middle Passage and are probably responsible for about 500,000 people who are alive today in the Americas descended from those who crossed the Middle Passage on their ships.
The Middle Passage refers to the sea journey of ships from West Africa to the West Indies.
So one of the great ironies of Rhode Island is the fact that we are founded under religious freedom, but we soon enter and dominate the enslavement of human beings in the African slave trade.
And even churches were involved.
The church, particularly in Rhode Island, profited directly from the slave trade. But in a more direct way, we owned slaves. We had clergy who owned slaves. We had slaves that were owned by the missionary organizations that were creating the Anglican churches here in the United States.
The slave trade became a backbone of the American economy.
All of this was tremendously important in building the economy of the North and what became the United States. In the colonial era, the slave trade and the provisioning trade to slave plantations in the West Indies were a key part of what allowed the British colonies to prosper and eventually to rebel against Great Britain and become an independent nation.
James DeWolf heavily invested in the textile mills that turned the cotton into garments, fueling America's Industrial Revolution. At the onset of the Civil War in 1861, there were 4 million enslaved Africans in the United States. A legacy the DeWolf family is trying to reconcile.
It's incumbent upon me as someone with this kind of a family history and knowing about this history to speak out about what our family did and to help other people draw the connections to the ways in which their families are connected to slavery. If we bury the dark parts of a family history, if we bury the dark parts of a national history, we will start to assume things like that didn't happen, and that will greatly distort our understanding of how we got here today.
Colonial records show William Tucker was the first African baby baptized in English-speaking North America. Today, members of the Tucker family work to preserve the nation's first African cemetery, where hundreds of graves marked only with a simple stone lay just a few kilometers from the Virginia port where slaves first landed. Brenda Tucker says it's a part of keeping their story alive.
There were so many captured and put on the slave ships. So many did not survive, but those that did survive, we are the healthy ones, our ancestors. It's a sacred ground for us. And so there's no way we can pass it or walk through it without thinking of an ancestor to whom we owe gratitude and to whom we are endeared. It's family, loved ones, kindred.
The 400th anniversary of slavery start in America was marked by events at the site of their first landing and at a special VOA town hall produced in cooperation with Norfolk State University, with events designed to keep that history alive for future generations. What do children today think about slavery? We asked them.
At the Colégio Caju Middle School in Luanda, in the studies of slavery, teachers are careful not to provoke resentment over race.
We need to make sure our students are well informed about slavery and understand it was in fact a problem. Unfortunately, black slavery is very connected with racism.
Hello and welcome to Global View. I'm Adams Momo. Our top stories. West African Examination Council officially commenced examinations today. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa announces stringent coronavirus regulations. 17 people killed in recent attack in Somalia's capital city, Mogadishu. Former U.S. First Lady Michelle Obama, keynote speaker at Democrats' virtual convention. Join us for details after the break. This is the Global View. Remember, you can watch us live on www.asoradioandtv.com/live. Also on Star Times TV channel 127 and Free TV channel 507. The West African Examination Council in the Federal Capital Territory, ABUJA, officially commenced examinations today. Our correspondent who visited schools in the FCT reports that some schools have shown high level of preparedness, even as mixed reactions trail among students towards this year's examinations. Correspondent Princess Suburat completes the story.
Consensus is down as the West Africa Senior School Certificate Examination starts today, with adequate preparations by the government, school management, and the students. Some school principals who spoke with ASO Radio and Television Services expresses confidence that their students are well prepared for their exams due to earlier coaching and revision by the teachers.
Very well prepared. I believe we have not missed students. They are well prepared and hoping that they are going to come out in flying colors. They have prepared. Also the teachers, we've been coaching them before now. We have ever been coaching them. So we are certain by the grace of God they will do well.
However, students on their part expresses mixed feelings as the wearing of the mask is not too comfortable, especially when they have to wear it all through during school hours.
It's quite uncomfortable because you have to wear a face mask 24/7. I know my sanitizer, I got it from the once in a while I sanitize my hands.
Schools visited by ASO Radio and Television Services fulfill all the guidelines released by the Presidential Task Force team on COVID-19 with regards to use of face masks, hand sanitizers, and social distancing rule. Shobura Usman, ASO Television News.
17 people have been confirmed dead, with dozens more injured after the armed group Al-Shabaab attacked a hotel in Somalia's capital city, Mogadishu. The hotel is a favorite spot for government officials, journalists, and civil society activists. Our correspondent Harris Sidi has more details.
According to official government statements, yesterday's attack began in the afternoon with a powerful suicide car bombing and gunmen subsequently taking hostages inside the hotel. The hotel siege ended after a 4-hour-long fierce-gun battle between Al-Shabaab fighters and security forces. Among the 12 victims were 2 government employees, 3 hotel security guards, 4 civilians, and 3 unidentified people. Reports also indicate that all 4 attackers have been killed by security forces. Somali President Mohamed Abdullahi Farmajo issued a statement condemning the terrorist attack, calling it heinous and cowardly. He said the purpose of the attack is to discourage the Somali people who are recovering from difficult circumstances. The president issued his condolences over the victims of the attack and wished a speedy recovery to the wounded. Somalia plunged into chaos after the 1991 overthrow of then-President Siad Barre's military regime, leading to years of clan warfare followed by the rise of Al-Shabaab, which once controlled large parts of the country and Mogadishu. Al-Shabaab was driven out of the capital in 2011, where its fighters continued to wage war against the government, carrying out regular attacks. Harris Sidi, ASO Television News.
South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, in a televised address on Saturday, announced that stringent coronavirus regulations will be eased starting today as the country passes the peak of the pandemic. Correspondent Lois Abasambo has details.
The South African government would ease nearly all restrictions on economic activity as of August 17th, lift restrictions on interprovincial travel, and the current ban on alcohol and tobacco sales, allow restaurants and taverns to return to normal business, which are subject to strict hygiene regulations. President Ramaphosa said that the cabinet had decided to move to lower level 2 restrictions from midnight on Monday.
Move to level 2 means that we can remove nearly all of the restrictions on the resumption of economic activity across most industries. Economic activity will be allowed with the necessary and appropriate stringent health protocols and safety precautions in place.
Recall that South Africa imposed one of the strictest lockdowns in the world as part of efforts to stem the spread of coronavirus in March. Alcohol sales were prohibited to ease pressure on hospitals, allowing doctors in emergency wards to focus on COVID-19 rather than road accidents. South Africa still has the 5th
linked terrorists in Mozambique after armed fighters seized control of a key port in the country. Our correspondent Harris Sidi has more details.
Government troops are surrounding a port in the Mozambique town of Mokimbo Duprai after it was attacked for the third time this year by ISIL-affiliated fighters. Northern Mozambique, which is rich in natural gas, has been under frequent attacks in the past 3 years, with the attacks only growing worse, with armed groups seizing towns for brief periods. Leaders from the South African region are meeting to decide what they can do to help the Mozambique army. A meeting held in May by some leaders of the region on the same issue ended without any agreement. A security expert from the Institute for Security Studies, Mr. Wingisai Chikohumeru, stated there have been issues on the efficiency of the Mozambique army.
There has been a lot of issues on the capabilities of the Mozambican military, from the strength and from the military intelligence side of things. And this is historical. Right? The Mozambican military has not really been able to thwart any insurgents.
Mozambique President Mr. Felipe Nyusi paid a visit to the area and promised to help people affected by the violence. There are concerns that attacks may spill over into neighboring countries, as already been seen in other parts of the continent, such as the Sub-Saharan region and the Horn of Africa. Harris CD, ASO Television News.
And now to COVID-19 update. The African continent has over 1.1 million cases of COVID-19 infections, with South Africa still accounting for most infections in the continent. The country now has a recorded total of 587,345 cases and a death toll of over 11,000, with over 96,000 cases. Egypt comes second on the chart as it has recorded a death toll of 5,160. Nigeria, recording 298 new infections, now has a total of 49,068 and a fatality rate of 975. Hence the COVID-19 situation on the African continent. The United States has confirmed over 5.4 million, with a death toll surpassing 170,000. California is still the hardest hit state in the country, with over 12,000 new cases. Meanwhile, Canada-US border will remain closed to non-essential travel for at least another month. The land border restrictions, which aimed at controlling the coronavirus pandemic, which was first announced in March, has been renewed monthly. Brazil has over 3.3 million cases with over 107,000 deaths. The country is still second with highest infections in the world. India is third with cases surpassing 2.6 million and over 51,000 fatalities. The country ranks third in the world. Global cases have now surged to over 21.8 million and fatality at 773,586. Here are the figures on the globe today. This is Global View. Watch us live on www.asoradioandtv.com/live. Also on Star Times TV channel 127 and Free TV channel 507. On Global View today, West African Examination Council officially commenced examinations today. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa announces stringent coronavirus regulations. 17 people killed in recent attack in Somalia's capital city, Mogadishu. And still to come, former U.S. First Lady Michelle Obama, keynote speaker at Democrats' virtual convention. Join us for more stories after the break. Welcome back. South Korea has tightened coronavirus restrictions in Seoul and its surroundings as the country reported largest virus in more than 5 months. Majority of the new infections came from the Greater Seoul region, which is home to half of the country's 51 million people, raising fears about a major spike. The stricter measures include restrictions on gatherings and a halt to professional sports. Prime Minister Chung Sie-kyung, during a government response meeting, said the country stands at a critical juncture in the battle to control the surge of the virus, as the top priority of the government is to contain the spread of in the Greater Seoul. Despite the spike reported cases, tens of thousands of protesters ignoring pleas to stay at home are protesting against President Moon Jae-in over what they described as policy failures and election corruption. The demonstrators, many of them wearing facial coverings and carrying the South Korean flag, paraded through rain near Seoul's presidential palace, calling for Liberal President Moon Jae-in to step down. The country has over 15,000 infections with 305 deaths. The main Belarusian opponent, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, has accused President Alexander Lukashenko of rigging the presidential election and has called for a new vote, saying she is ready to take over the leadership of the country. Opposition supporters who are demanding that President Lukashenko steps down have gathered for the largest protest rally in recent history in Minsk against President Lukashenko's claim to have won the August 9th election with 80% of the vote. But Lana has also been calling for demonstrations and crackdown of police brutality on protesters despite pressure from the government. President Alexander Lukashenko has been in power since July 1994. New Zealand's Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, bowing to pressure after new outbreak of COVID-19 in the country, has postponed the general election by 4 weeks. She said the decision would give the Electoral Commission more time to prepare for the elections.
Ultimately, the 17th of October, in approximately 9 weeks' time, provides sufficient time for parties to plan around the range of circumstances we could be campaigning under, for the Electoral Commission to prepare, and for voters to feel assured of a safe, accessible and credible election.
The country was just few days away to marking 100 days without any new case and has over 1,500 infections and a death toll of 22. Now to the U.S., former United States First Lady Michelle Obama will be the keynote speaker at the Democrats' virtual convention set to commence with the theme of unity. Speakers who represent the party's progressive and traditional platforms will also be present. Senator Bernie Sanders, the former rival of presumptive Democratic candidate Joe Biden, and former Ohio Governor John Kasich, a Republican candidate for the president in 2016, are among speakers at the event. The event, which usually draws thousands of the party faithful to a single city for days of celebration, will now take place from remote locations across the United States with no crowd in sight. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party has said it would officially nominate Joe Biden for the presidential elections at its national convention and will also unveil the first female African-American vice presidential candidate, Kamala Harris. This year's program will run through Thursday and will involve series of video addresses. The Japanese ship MV Wakashio that ran aground in the coral reef off the coast of Mauritius has split apart with remaining fuel of at least 1,000 tons of oil spreading out into the Indian Ocean. Some ecologists are calling this the worst ecological disaster in the island's nation's history, with environmental groups warning of a potentially irreversible damage to the area's coral reefs, and are calling on the Mauritius government to explain why immediate action wasn't taken. Prime Minister Pravind Jugnauth, who had last week confirmed that all the fuel had been pumped from the reservoirs with 100 tons remaining elsewhere on the vessel, blame the slow response to bad weather conditions as the government is seeking compensation from one of the listed owners of the ship, the Nagashiki Shipping Company. The Japanese company has said it is investigating why the ship MV Wakashio went off course and has sent a team of experts to assist in cleaning up the damage. Thousands of protesters in Thailand had on Sunday gathered in the capital Bangkok, with many chanting, "Down with dictatorship," and "The country belongs to the people," as they displayed the three-fingered gesture of defiance popularized by the Hunger Games movies. This is the largest anti-government demonstration since the coup in 2014 that brought the military to power. Demonstrators are calling that a new constitution be written and that Thailand end harassment of government critics, with demands that Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and his government steps down. Also, student-led protests have been growing in recent months, despite a state of emergency imposed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The country witnessed economic fallout after the ban on international tourists and a 2-month-long lockdown that left many Thais out of work. Torrential rain has ravaged the upper reaches of the Yangtze River in Sichuan province, affecting about 100,000 people, causing havoc to villages, towns and farmlands along the Ning River. The flood, which began hammering Sichuan on the 10th of August, has cut off 5 expressways, 5 toll stations and 12 national provincial roads. As severe weather conditions continue to ravage China, the China Meteorological Administration's National Meteorological Center, Ministry of Water Resources and Ministry of Natural Resources have issued rainstorm warnings, red mountain torrent disaster warnings, and an alert about weather potentially triggering geological disasters. These warnings are in effect from 8 p.m. on the 12th of August to 13th of August. But that's it on the Global View today. But just before we go, here is a recap of our major stories. West African Examination Council has officially commenced examinations today. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has announced stringent coronavirus regulations. 17 people have been killed in recent attacks in Somalia's capital city, Mogadishu. Former U.S. First Lady Michelle Obama, keynote speaker at Democrats' virtual convention. Remember, COVID-19 is not a hoax. It's our collective responsibility to flatten the curve. Stay safe and thanks for watching. I'm Adams Momo. See you next time.
Welcome to the program, The Shape of Music. I am Evie Nicholas. The types of music existing today are so unique, but everyone has his or her own signature style. Mama, make me animal. These guys have been I never seen. Welcome to Kingdom Jams. Here on Kingdom Jams, we discuss gospel songs and their artists.
You've been my savior, sustainer when I'm at my end. My healer, redeemer, again and again. You're not a man, oh. God of everything, no one like you. No one like you, Jesus.
Welcome to the program, The Infrastructure, where we will be looking at infrastructural development in Nigeria, Africa, and around the world.
Majority of rural homes are not connected to the national grid. Government should now involve the international community. The question to ask is, what is the way forward?
The big question now is, why do most pedestrians subject themselves to so much risk by not using the pedestrian bridges built for that purpose?
Welcome to Business and Economy. I am Emeje.
Central Bank of Nigeria hereby announces the following policy measures.
The economy is great because we have a local market. It's very good.
On A&E this week, we take a look at the plunge in the oil market as IMF says Nigeria could lose more than $26 million.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation says the downgrade of the corporation pipeline destination has packed up 60% in the month of January.
Nigeria is blessed with abundant talents. From the north to the south, east and west, youths abound with multiple of creative abilities. Behold the convergence of all great talents in Nigeria. 30 housemates now have the opportunity to unleash their potential. To everyone who knows how to dream big, welcome to the Big Dream.
Big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dream Nigeria Talent Show, Big Dreams TV Show 2020.
Exclusive to ASO Television.
My brother, my sister, papa, mama, pikin. Corona, no big process. We go fight time, we go win. As long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go win. Corona, no big virus, they worry human being. You know get let go, but you like from person to person. But we fit big time, we fit stop time, if we maintain good hygiene and practice social distancing, we go on. No shaking hands with your neighbor, blow them a kiss from afar. Use soap and water to wage war. Let's show this day who we are. We are special, we're courageous, we are awesome human beings. We do super, we get power, we can conquer anything. If we hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline, wash your hands, love each other, we go in. If people like say you know well, like it's something they do, and you feel say you believe say you get to see they do, and your no researching, like it's something to do. No let panic finish you. You go win. Self-isolate for mistake. All the people where you are. Don't go around spreading rumors. 'Cause fake news won't help anyone. You are special, you're courageous, you're a captured human. You too much, oh, you get power, you can conquer anything. Only if you hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline. Wash your hands, love one another, we go know. My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and Peking. COVID-19, no big pass, we go fight and we go. Just as long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go, we know.
I need the police that can respond to emergencies first.
I want the equipment I need to do my job.
I want a police that won't harass or arrest me for no just reason.
I want to be valued for my work, not killed by honest people.
I want a police that won't ask me anything for the boys.
I want a decent salary that is paid on time.
With good laws,
Proper funding,
Training.
And cooperation.
if it happens,
If it happens.
New York City has always been a place for big dreams and big dreamers, where anything seems possible and where immigrants have the opportunity to start a new life with the hope of striking it rich. That American dream is alive and well in Harlem along 125th Street, where African hair breeders start the day early in the streets and on the subway, competing for clients who want their hair done just right.
I love my hair being braided because it's a protective style. I'm natural, so I don't really like to put chemicals. I don't put weave.
It makes me feel like me, comfortable myself.
I can roll out of bed, my hair's already done, so I don't have to worry about my hair being protected. So, the braids really do help last.
My hair is almost important as eating and drinking water.
Many American women pay hundreds of dollars to have their hair braided. So it is a lucrative opportunity for African immigrants, many of whom know the braiding techniques from childhood and who often have trouble finding work as new arrivals who may not speak English.
De façon générale, toutes celles qui arrivent ici
All women who come here who don't have legal papers and don't know anyone, regardless if they have a high school diploma or even a PhD, they start braiding hair until they can do something else.
African women come here to America, and that may be one of the only things that they can do here. They may not have gone to school, they don't speak the language, but they can come here and they can make a living doing something that they've been doing all their lives.
In a hair braiding industry dominated by women, there is one man who is making it big in Detroit. Salion Kouyate's family is from both Guinea and Mali. He came to the United States 20 years ago with a passion for hair.
My first love is the braid. When I see a woman with braided hair, a beautiful hairstyle, I fall in love. Like now, I am in love with these braids. They are well twisted, they're beautiful. So when my client goes home today, the love that I feel in my heart will be the same love in the heart of her husband. Braiding is my job, and my life revolves around braids. As soon as I touch someone's hair, I start braiding automatically. While braiding, I think about my problems, the solutions, my future projects.
It all started for Salion in Bamako, where his magic fingers made him the star of the neighborhood at just 12 years old.
He used to make dolls out of corn husks and braid them. He could braid any kind of hairstyle.
He could braid any style. He learned a lot during his childhood. When our hair was not made, he was the one who would braid us.
At the time, there was a popular hairstyle called Kara in Bamako, and everyone wanted Syrian to braid their hair with this style. He was willing to do it, and for free.
20 years later, Salion's clients say his fingers are still magic.
When he braids your hair, you can feel the love. He's not just doing your hair, he's making you look more beautiful.
This first time I had a man braid my hair. When he said he was going to braid my hair, I said, oh my God, I'm about to have a power gel in my head. But he's more softer than it is when it's working with the women. Because I done seen some mean women with their mean vice grips on top of my head. I can't even tell that he's in my head compared to the women. Every time he did a braid, I touch the braid that he does, and it actually feels perfect.
In New York City, that perfection and the beauty it reveals can come with a high price tag.
So how much you spend every month to get your hair ready?
90 or like 100. Either 120 or 100. Oh, I spend $150 to $200 sometimes on the hairstyles that I want. Oh, these actually got a good price because I knew the person. Between every 6 months, I probably pay an average of $300 to go to the Africans. It's about $700 a month. So 700 times 12. I spend a lot of money.
You look beautiful.
We see more and more women from various ethnicities that want to braid their hair. Whites, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, everyone wants to wear braids.
Before opening her first salon called Soraya's House of Beauty, Hassana Zompaligre had to learn her craft.
I was a shopkeeper in Burkina Faso. I used to buy goods there and sell them to my African sisters here. When I would come in their hair salons, it was always busy, with clients waiting. First, I didn't know how to weave, so they taught me how to finish the ends. At the end of the day, they sometimes gave me $100 to $200 US. I thought there was money to be made here. One day, the owner asked if I could bring her customers. I told her I do not speak English. She told me, just ask them, hair braiding is? So that's what I did. And when a customer was interested, I took her to my boss where they discussed the price. That's how I started in the world of braiding.
The salon is not only a place to look great, it is also a refuge from the outside world where women share stories and cultures.
The braiding shop is a place where people who come newly from Africa is a place where they can come and get used to the American culture, learn the American culture, and put the feet.
It is one of the few places where Africans and African Americans regularly mix.
The only place where we are able to actually come together as African American and African is the braiding shop. And the only place where as African we can actually have the opportunity to educate African American about our culture, about who we are, because when many times you find yourself that people think you people live in the bush.
It's an opportunity for American women to meet African women and be able to learn about them, learn about their culture, where they're from, because otherwise there hadn't been those opportunities.
This job is not just about the money. It's about putting joy in people's heart. It's a positive energy that you can give to someone who is depressed.
Ça m'a aidé à connaître d'autres personnes et d'autres cultures.
It helped me learn about other people and other cultures. Every time I braid, I discover something new.
Do you have those scissors for the $3.99 one?
The vet has been coming here for more than like 15 years actually. He's kind of like family. I don't feel any hesitation. I'm very confident in being able to send my customers over there and they're going to be treated well. He helped me, I help him. Like he tells me, Christine, you got to put this product because you know this works really well. Because sometimes we don't know either.
Braiding is not just about beauty. Some women are turning to the style for health reasons.
So many people, even they go to the doctor, the doctor tells them to stop putting chemicals.
I've always been used to having thick, long hair. And within the last months, I have had cancer. So the braiding, it helps me to keep my hair, to keep maintaining and to keep it growing and just to keep stuff out of it. I can wear it in different styles. It helps me more than harms me, more than any other hairstyle I get. That's about it. When my hair is done, it makes me feel better.
Bonjour les garçons.
Hello boys, wake up. How are you?
Every summer, Salion's children come from Paris to visit their naturalized American father. Tu veux ça? Oh.
Ça?
Oui. Ah non, ça. Online, they talk every day to their youngest brother and their mother in Paris.
This is my fourth child, my fourth son.
J'aime tresser ma propre femme.
I love braiding my wife's hair because it is fun. She does not really like her hair being pulled. It hurts her.
On tire ses cheveux.
So when I joke with her and pull it gently, we laugh about it. I often tell her, okay, today is Sunday. I'll braid your hair differently today, not like the others. So these moments, the time spent together for 2 or 3 hours, it's like part of our marriage. So hair braiding for me is a way to flirt with my wife. I met my wife when we were very young. She is hard of hearing, but this is what made me want to talk to her. I wanted to understand what she was saying. She lives today in France, and I'm in the United States, but I do not take any decision without consulting her. And God blessed us with 4 boys.
9 in the morning and time for work.
But no, king twist is 160, you short the length. But when you take a 170, it's a long one, like you said, the middle of your back.
I want it like maybe like in the middle of my bed.
Okay, 170, hair include.
It's a 24/7 business. That's how it is in America.
Tell me some celebrities in America. We in France, we have Griezmann.
We have Pogba.
No,
we have Michael Jordan.
Salion spends part of the year in France where his wife is waiting to complete her U.S. immigration process. While they are waiting, he introduces his children to the American way of life. Braiding increasing popularity among celebrities in sports, music and film offers greater opportunities for braiders such as Salion, who includes among his clients the Guinean musician Umu Juwate.
At the time, I was organizing baptisms, weddings and concerts, and Salian used to braid my hair and other women's hair. He did that up until he opened his own hair braiding salon in the United States.
In Africa, braids represent social rank or the celebration of important cultural events. But in the United States, braids have more traditionally been associated with revolt against racial injustice and with reaffirmation of African Americans' connection to Africa. That makes them a potent symbol for many Americans. Pamela Farrell was an amateur hair braider in Washington, D.C. in the early 1980s. She remembers well the day when her boss at her day job told her to remove her braids.
He told me that I could not wear my braided hairstyle there. It was not appropriate for his clientele. I cried because I knew it was wrong. I knew my hairstyle was beautiful. And I decided that I was going to braid so many heads that this would never happen to anyone else again. Then I decided, okay, I'm going to open a business. And when I opened the business, I got a phone call from D.C. government telling me I had to shut down my business because I didn't have a cosmetology license. I opened a salon for social justice. I was fighting to make sure that African American women could go to their jobs wearing their hair braided, twisted, locked, or natural. And then that was the first fight, and then the second fight was that they could open up salons. Because around the country, you know, they made it illegal to braid hair without a cosmetology license.
Today, Pamela continues the fight to protect hair braiders. Her book, Where Beauty Touches Me, celebrates the diversity of braiding and its affirmation of the African aesthetic. This manual for families wishing to embrace the hairstyles of contemporary African beauty is so central to the contemporary identity that it is now sold at the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture. Despite those advancements, there are still challenges to being a professional hair braider in the United States. In New York, for example, braiding without a license is punishable by a $2,500 fine.
It's not easy for us. The government is asking us for licenses. Many women hide because they do not have the license.
In Maryland, local hair braiders banded together to block their state from enacting similar licensing laws. Julie Wakoria is a founding member of the Maryland Hair Braiders Association.
It started 3 years ago, where the African American salon owners decided to go to the Maryland House of Delegates and have them pass a law that will make the braider go to school for 1,500 hours, which didn't make any sense to anybody.
They moved quickly to lobby state lawmakers at Maryland's House of Delegates.
The law was going to be passed on Friday. We had it on Wednesday. We woke up. we decide to, we walk around and mobilize with phone call everywhere to every braiding shop we could get, and try to mobilize people to go to the House of Delegate. We presented our case to the delegate. At the end, they were like, oh, we don't know what is that. What is braiding? We don't know what is it. Because, I mean, they really didn't have no idea. So they couldn't pass the law.
We decided not to do the bill because it would have foreclosed a lot of economic opportunity for immigrants. We were trying to regulate something that we really didn't understand. The cultural, the techniques, the safety procedures that are put in that really make this type of regulation unnecessary. Now you have lawmakers who are more well-informed, and frankly, as long as I'm in office, I'm going to fight any sort of attempt to regulate that industry based on the conversations that I had at that town hall, which was tremendously enlightening and invigorating, frankly.
Julie Wakaria says hair braiders themselves have health challenges, including long hours standing with their heads constantly bowed down and the repetitive movement of their fingers.
Many braiders have problem with the neck.
This is messing up. Everybody is getting capacity.
Je peux faire 12 heures.
I can work 12 hours a day. During these 12 hours, I stand on my feet almost half the time. And that depends on the style of the braid. But in general, I'm standing. And that has a toll on my back and my chest, those muscles there.
Like many jobs with long hours, there is also the challenge of balancing family life.
Tu peux rester là du matin jusqu'à 16 heures.
I come to work in the morning and leave at 4 p.m. Let's say a client comes in at 4 p.m. and wants a $120 hairstyle, and I've been here all day without a single client. I rent a chair in the salon and owe rent to the owner, so I stay and take the client. Even the owner has to pay her girls per week, take care of her rent, cable, and other bills. So yes, you take the client. And if you take a client at 4 p.m. for a 4 or 5 hour session, what time will you finish? What time will you be home in order to cook and take care of the kids?
There's never enough time for my personal life. I'm always here, I'm always tired. It's not easy. I cannot even travel because of business, even though I have an assistant. I'm always here. I can't leave the business, so that's that.
Being a hair braider presents unique challenges for men, where many African cultures judge it to be effeminate or religiously objectionable. Salion's family remembers the mockery he endured.
It was under this tree that he used to braid our hair and ignore the people who would call him man-woman. But Salian never got upset or angry. He would tell them, I would rather be a woman than a thief or a drug addict. This would allow me to get married and build a house.
Here in Mali, it was frowned upon for a man to do braids. And in our religion, it was considered
and does that job while being professional? I would say yes. Yes, he can.
Is that the same color as that?
Yeah.
You sure?
I think this is better.
For me, a good customer is a woman who knows what she wants, who is not difficult to braid, When I suggest some changes, she reacts positively.
Right here. Right here. What's this? Hot dang it. Yeah, you bet it does. But that's the pain you gotta take with the beauty. That's my first time getting cheeky twist. Okay, what's this in the back of my head? What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh. Oh, God. I'm going to need a big aspirin after this. It's looking beautiful, it's painful, and expensive.
And why do you still do it?
Because I like to look beautiful, and I'm priceless. Woo! Jesus, who on his head right here? Who on here? Who right here? Who right here? Somebody right here on the brain. On the equilibrium. My cubicle vortex is not functioning right now.
I collaborated with African American salon owners and taught them how to braid African style. And they showed me the African American techniques in return. The styles that you would see during slavery, how slaves used to braid. They taught me that, and I incorporated it into the African braiding style. The results have made my salon very successful.
Hello, African braiding can help you?
Hair braiding made me thrive. It helped me buy a house here, buy a car, invest in my country, and bring my family and my brothers here. Did you eat it all? My dad passed away when I was 5. My mom had to work long hours to raise us. She used to drop us off at our uncles and aunts. We grew up with different families because she couldn't support us financially by herself. It's thanks to braiding that I was able to give back to my mom, give her a good life, a life fit for a queen. To my friends who laughed at me when I was little, I would like to say to them today, your teasing encouraged me to be better. The little boy has become a great hair braider. My only advice to any parent or anyone who sees someone doing something out of the ordinary is to never make fun of them. There are no foolish jobs, there are only foolish people.
Men or women, African hair braiders in the United States are unanimous. Despite economic challenges and restrictions on immigration, they are full of hope and courage, pursuing the American dream, one braid at a time.
Malisa jo bafila malivasa jo. Malisa jo bafila be malisa. Malisa jo bafila be malisa. Malisa jo bafila be malisa. Malisa jo bafila be malibasa jo. Nko che dala kanuke, che lana kanuke,
Cheni ke balakanu ke bi korotela la kaniola. Muso balakanu ke, muso balakanu ke, muso ni muso dalakanu ke bi korotela la kaniola. Ali korote kanimena bi mogoji korosi kanuna. Korote kanumena bi mogoji korosi la kanuna. Muso dila kanuke, muso dala kanuke, muso nike bara kanuke bi koroye la kanimola.
Nigeria is blessed with abundant talents. From the north to the south, east and west, youths abound with multiple of creative abilities. Behold the convergence of all great talents in Nigeria. 30 housemates now have the opportunity to unleash their potential.
Establishing sample collection centers in all their local government areas, while those that are yet to do so are also working on it. Similarly, the establishment of treatment centers, which is contributing to the high number of discharge cases and reduced fatality in most local government areas, is worth commending. We are fully in the community spread phase, and one of the major measures we can take is to keep testing to detect, and treat. A number of countries have signified intention to repatriate Nigerians convicted and pardon and parole in those countries. They include the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and the United States of America. Coming in the midst of our national response to COVID-19, all relevant agencies of government are taking multi-sectoral steps to ensure that the process remains within acceptable international protocols and in line with bilateral agreements. For the purposes of clarity, this should be distinguished from normal evacuation flights, and we wish to state that all evacuation flights will end by the 25th August 2020, after which airports will be given sufficient time to prepare for reopening. You will hear more about this from the Honorable Minister as to the state of preparations. Our partners have continued to provide support for our national response. Over the weekend, the United Arab Emirates presented Nigeria with 7.5 tons of medical supplies and also facilitated the return of stranded Nigerians in their country. The Nigerian government wishes to express her appreciation to the government and the good people of the United Arab Emirates and its people. The Presidential Task Force similarly received additional PPEs from the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association and Mrs. Chazu San Ma Education Foundation, a Chinese company. Particularly, we remember with deep sense of gratitude the immeasurable role the late Malam Samaila Isa Funtua played in facilitating the donation by the Chinese company. May his soul rest in peace. Before I close these remarks, it is important that I plead with Nigerians to remain focused on our individual and collective fight to win this fight against COVID-19 and not engage in destructive information dissemination. One of such is the viral trend on the social media about collection of sums of money for a COVID-19 negative result. For the benefit of all Nigerians, and has been explained previously by the DG Nigerian Center for Disease Control, samples are only collected at designated centers and not at the airports. It is therefore inconceivable that test results will be given at the airports where only passports of returnees are collected. It is disturbing to realize that while a good number of Nigerians are sharing their experiences with the coronavirus and encouraging others to take responsibility, some very few Nigerians are bent on spreading misleading information. Let us remember, therefore, that this war can only be won when we individually and collectively take responsibility so that we can return to a life devoid of this pandemic. Just comply with the measures put in place. Wear your mask properly. Wash your hands regularly. Stay away from crowds. Maintain social distance and join the campaign to fight COVID-19. I now have the honor to call on the Honorable Minister of Health, the representative of the DG Nigerian Center for Disease Control, and the National Coordinator to provide us with technical updates. I thank you so much for your attention. And once again, our sincere apologies for starting this briefing late. And have a very pleasant and good evening. Thank you.
The chairman of PTF, honorable members of PTF, honorable ministers and national coordinator, permanent secretary, directors, good afternoon, good evening, as it is now. As of the 17th of August 2020, Nigeria has recorded 49,068 COVID-19 cases from 352,625 samples tested so far, with 36,497 persons successfully treated and discharged. We have sadly had 975 fatalities and a case fatality rate that is still around 2%.
We continue to strive to lower the case fatality rate, aiming for something less than 1%, because we believe more lives can be saved from COVID-19 with the knowledge and system strengthening we have achieved over the past 6 months. Even though I hasten to add that we do not yet know everything about COVID-19. But what we are sure of so far is that a strong response to COVID-19 is a collaborative effort between citizens and government for the benefit of all Nigerians. While government provides direction, guidance, and the resources, citizens are to take ownership of this response. The apparently fewer COVID-positive cases of the past few days should give us no reason to start rejoicing yet or to lower our guard. As we expand and include small towns and rural areas in our testing scope, a more accurate picture of our COVID-19 status will emerge. There is good reason to prepare for COVID invasion in rural areas with more testing, first aid, ambulance services, and the commensurate isolation and treatment centers. However, we note with concern the development in many overseas countries. Development of sharp upsurge in COVID-19 cases after they lifted or relaxed restrictions on air travel, commerce, and especially social activities. We know that some countries had to quickly restore lockdown or quickly limit movement of citizens or to postpone elections in order to deal with COVID-19 spike. In one country, thousands of members of a congregation of a religious group had to be put in quarantine, having tested positive. These are significant lessons for us as we ourselves prepare to reopen our economy and as we consider options for resuming flights and travel operations or opening schools and land borders. Unless we utilize lessons learned and also learn from others to define and set measured precautionary steps to mitigate the risks, the danger of falling into the same negative balance in our own COVID-19 strategy and losing the gains made so far, that danger is real. The impact of lockdown on livelihoods and socioeconomic activities is well known and is serious, and it is what we wish to avoid. The other side of this coin is the question of what we need to do to mitigate the challenge, to mitigate the effects and take on the challenge of keeping control of COVID-19 as we reopen. This is a shared responsibility of government and people and an assignment for the entire country. It has been repeatedly stressed that the easiest, cheapest, well-proven options are still the simple non-pharmaceutical interventions like wearing your mask, avoiding It is critical to maintain strict infection prevention and control measures at all times, to help educate the citizenry, to support uptake of testing and reporting early for treatment when the test is positive. We cannot afford to have many of our health workers going to quarantine. The national health system is responding well enough so far to the COVID-19 challenge. Collaboration with states and local governments remains a cornerstone of a successful strategy. The federal government is doing the needful to support funding to states, from disbursement of basic healthcare provision to funding from the DCA program and PTF and other sources which are under preparation. I paid an inspection visit to the Emergency Operations Center of the National Center for Disease Control for an assessment of our COVID-19 response efforts in the pillars under their purview, and I noted the strong strategies to improve the Call Connect Center, the surveillance, case finding and sample collection and testing, and in particular the issue of turnaround time for testing, which were all discussed. NCDC is also making good efforts to ensure that all laboratories in our network have also a turnaround time under 24 hours. Nigeria continues to monitor new opportunities and developments in other countries, including new technology like saliva-based COVID-19 test that is under development. The Federal Ministry of Health is also working with agencies and partnering with state governments to several areas by making sure that we maintain routine services and immunization. And we're also taking COVID-19 response to LGAs with sample collection, holding rooms, oxygen treatment centers, etc. State epidemiologists are requested to kindly speed up processing of test results and facilitate treatment and isolation of positives to address the gaps in the value chain. We have repeatedly also urged that all vulnerable with persons with pre-existing conditions need to be protected. I also visited the DCA Dome Treatment Center, where over 120 patients have received treatment, and I note that the center is functioning very smoothly. I have directed that it be upgraded to a comprehensive level 3 center with ventilators and other critical machines for functional intensive care unit and dialysis facilities. I thank you all for listening.
Good evening, Chairman, sir. Good evening, honorable ministers. Good evening, Director Generals. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the press. And my focus today is on how to get tested. Now, this afternoon we announced the 64th lab activated for COVID testing in the country, and that's in Zamfara State. We've gone from 5 labs in March to 64 labs 6 months into the response. To date, we have activated at least 1 lab in 33 states, and out of the 36 plus 1, that's FCT. Ultimately, we aim to make testing process seamless as possible for Nigerians, and that means we want to get it to all the 36 plus 1 FCT states. At the initial stage of the response, the known symptoms for COVID were limited to just a few, such as dry cough, fatigue, difficulty in breathing, fever. But as knowledge of the disease has evolved, we also know that there are some other symptoms that we need to look for, and that includes diarrhea, loss of taste or smell, aches, pains, sore throat, and every other symptoms that are very unusual for us. Persons infected with the virus can either be symptomatic, pre-symptomatic, or asymptomatic. The symptomatic cases show symptoms, and that's what most of us are looking for. The disease is usually mild, moderate, or severe, and can transmit the virus to others. The pre-symptomatic cases are persons that are infected and can still transmit, but do not have the symptom yet, but later show the symptoms. So at that stage when they are not showing the symptoms, they can transmit the virus. And then the asymptomatic cases are those that do not develop symptoms at all, but they can transmit. And we have a larger number of people that are asymptomatic amongst us. However, we have very vulnerable groups that develop severe complications, and they require intensive care if infected. These are mainly people with weakened immune system and people above 60 years with existing health conditions. As I mentioned at our last meeting, our strategy is to detect, isolate, and manage cases so that they can recover fast. And for us to achieve this, we also need all Nigerians to take responsibility and play their part. And that means if you develop any of these symptoms, or even mild symptoms, weakness, tiredness, get tested, please. If you believe that you have been in contact with a confirmed case, or you suspect that you have been in contact with a confirmed case, and you do not have symptoms, get tested, please. It is very important that we do not self-medicate. While you may not develop symptoms immediately, you could unknowingly infect others, and gradually you might develop symptoms that will be severe and critical. So we urge that you do not self-medicate, please. To get tested, you need to simply visit the nearest sample collection center in your state. If you just know where it is, you can get the state hotline, call the hotlines, or you could also look for the state hotlines at the NCDC website. That's covid19.ncdc.gov.ng. When you get tested, please provide accurate information. That is very key. Sometimes we say we do not get our test results because we do not even provide the necessary information. Some do not provide the right names. Some provide very wrong phone numbers. So there is no way of getting in touch with the person. So let's provide the necessary information so that you can benefit from the care. Yes, we know that results, we have issues with results, getting results. But we are working with the states. We have a platform that we want to use. It's still work in progress. We've piloted it in FCT. We're working with the FCT team to launch it. And once that is done, we will escalate to the other states. And before we escalate, we have to do a lot of processing. Talk to the state, talk to the laboratory. So there's a lot of process involved, but it's work in progress. We will definitely get there. Finally, I would like to ask Nigerians to please seek information in the right places. Official channels. We've had complaints of several people being praised to scams. And please let us note, the NCDC is not giving people money. And we do not send any message to people asking for money to be employed. We are currently investigating these scams. Of course, the culprits will be brought to book. Thank you.
The chairman of the PTF, honorable ministers, members of the PTF, gentlemen of the press, good evening. Well, interestingly, all three of us have been talking about the same issue. The honorable minister of health, the representative of the NCDC, and myself. We're all talking about testing independently without having consulted each other. And I think this really shows the importance of testing in terms of managing the COVID response. So, as mentioned by the honorable minister, we're seeing a low level of positivity across the country, but it's important to understand, and we need to get that information out. It does not necessarily mean that the pandemic is waning or over. And this is a reflection of the number of tests we're doing, which still remains, even though we're doing 3,500 on average every day, but this is still insufficient, and it's not widespread. One of the main drivers for this is the poor demand that we have across the country. Our capacity, having opened 64 laboratories in the country, our capacity for testing is about 10,000 a day. But people are just not coming forward. There may be a number of reasons for this, of course. It includes stigma, it includes discrimination and disbelief, which continue to be key factors in not only our inaction but also non-compliance to COVID-19 protocols. It's important to know that for every single case we get positive, we are missing a lot more. Not one, not two or three, but a lot more than that. So as a matter of urgency, we really need people to get tested in order to get a clear idea of COVID-19 transmission in the communities. Importantly, if people don't get tested, they risk endangering our older and vulnerable population who are at much higher risk. Our data suggests that the majority of people who get COVID in Nigeria are between the ages of 20 to 39. And these are the very group that will be running around either asymptomatic or having very mild infections, but still infectious and still able to transmit to others. And they are also the group that are least likely to comply with non-pharmaceutical interventions. So, as a country, we need to understand that COVID-19 is still a significant threat to us, as well as the rest of the world. And more importantly, it's only by testing that we can get on top of the problem. Testing, as well as making sure that we follow those preventive measures. If we all test, if we all increase our testing capacity, if we are able to define where the problems are, the faster we'll be able to get on top of this pandemic, and the earlier we'll be able to normalize. So if you're experiencing malaria-like symptoms, fever, dry cough, loss of smell or taste, etc., it's really important you go to your nearest testing center. There are a lot of state governments that have received funds through the REDC grant, and state authorities will know exactly what I'm saying. These funds need to be used for the purpose that they have been released for at the state level, and we are appealing to state governments to make sure that these funds are used to expand testing, to improve the availability of sample collection centers, and also to be used for risk communication and community engagement right up to the grassroots level. We will be monitoring the usage of these funds, and will make sure that future funds reflect proper usage at the state level. So, testing steps. What do you need to do if you need a test? Well, you can call NCDC on 0800 97 00 0010. So 0800 97 000010, or 8099 55 5577, or 8099 55 5577, and we'll ask TV stations to please put these numbers available, and 0087 11 0839, 0087 11 0839, or your state hotline which you can get the details of to book an appointment through the web if you have access to the internet. You will be tested, a sample will be collected, and results will be available within 48 hours. Our target, actually, our turnaround time should be between 24 to 48 hours for most laboratories, and we are working towards that. And those with positive results, depending on where you are in the country, will be advised either to go for home isolation and care, or if you are unwell, to go into a facility for treatment or for isolation. The PTF will continue to work with the state and local governments to drive testing information right down to the community level. And we are asking community influencers to please help share this life-saving information. Finally, in terms of acknowledgements, we are grateful to the Malam Samaila Isa Funtua family and foundation for their contributions to the COVID response. May his soul rest in peace. We are also grateful to the UN Single Basket, including the EU and the UN system, for donating a massive amount of commodities over the last few weeks, and the US government for supplying 200 ventilators, as well as the maintenance and the training that comes with them. Finally, we are also grateful to the Aliko Dangote Foundation for providing financial support as well as ventilators for the CPAP BiPAP study that is being coordinated by NIMA. Thank you.
Gentlemen of the media, good afternoon to you all. Well, the good news. We are very glad today to announce that international flights will resume from the 29th of August 2020. It will start just like we did with the domestic. It will start with Lagos and Abuja.
Nigeria is blessed with abundant talents. From the north to the south, east and west, youths abound with multiple of creative abilities. Behold the convergence of all great talents in Nigeria. 30 housemates now have the opportunity to unleash their potential. To everyone who knows how to dream big, welcome to the big dream.
Big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams. Big Dream Nigeria Talent Show, Big Dreams TV Show 2020.
exclusive to ASO Television.
Holidays in paradise with turquoise waters, that's what the Caribbean stands for. It's no different on the tiny island of Anguilla.
I'm somewhat troubled by the fact that decisions are being made for us, 4,000 miles away basically, and we are here and we are powerless to do anything about it.
But despite the sunny skies, the dark cloud of Brexit looms here too.
Yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid not for me, but for the youngsters that are coming up.
It's early in the morning and DJ Hammer, one of Anguilla's most popular journalists, is opening up his radio studio. Today is the day Britain was supposed to leave the EU.
Good morning, it's the morning show here on Class FM Radio. I'm DJ Hammer and I'm in your company for this lovely morning. It's also Brexit Day, Brexit Day, and of course all eyes and ears are glued into the UK at this time. Our administering power to check what's happening there with that, but believe you me, Class FM Radio, we'll keep you informed. We'll keep you informed here on the morning show.
Many people on the island listen to DJ Hammer's morning show. He likens Brexit to Hurricane Irma, the worst natural catastrophe to hit the tiny Caribbean paradise in recent times.
Brexit could very well be an Irma, because Irma was sheer destruction, and Brexit has the potential to be destructive as well, depending on how it all plays out within the UK and Europe and the European Union.
Rebuilding continues to this day. Hurricane Irma swept over the Lesser Antilles in September 2017 with gale force winds raging at almost 300 kilometers per hour. It was the strongest storm ever recorded on the open Atlantic. Since Irma, to many the time after the cataclysmic event marked the beginning of a new age. The hurricane took many Anguillans by surprise with its sheer force. One of them was Felix Fleming.
When we opened the door, after the wind died down, and to see the destruction, it was the first hurricane, and I've been through quite a few, that I cried, actually cried.
The sea had swallowed up his garden where he grew mangoes and other tropical fruits. Felix Fleming also sees similarities between Brexit and Irma.
I think that's even worse than Irma. It could be, for us, because that's why we have keep our fingers crossed that somehow it will work out favorable, but we don't know, that's the big question for us.
Anguilla is a 20-minute boat ride from St. Martin, its nearest neighbor island. While Anguilla is a British overseas territory, St. Martin belongs half to France and half to the Netherlands. It's almost like a mini-EU. The legacy of colonialism in the area makes this situation unique.
St. Martin is like an extension of Anguilla, because over the centuries there have been so many intermarriages and sharing. It's only in recent times that the politics became a divisive instrument.
Felix is a retired advertising man. Tonight, he's hosting a reading with family and friends of a new play for their amateur dramatics group. Felix's daughter Laura compares Brexit to a Shakespearean drama, but with more farcical elements.
The discussion amongst ourselves was, well, we have such a hodgepodge now of family members that live and work in St. Martin. You know, any sort of restriction to those relationships would be devastating. I mean, there's grandparents that are buried here and there. You know, there's land and bank accounts. I mean, what is going to happen to Anguilla? We don't know. And I think it's very scary.
Sometimes I cannot get my medication here in Anguilla. I need St. Martin. I have to go there to get it. And if I don't, and if I'm not allowed to go there, then there will be some problem for, you know, people who need medical attention.
Anguilla has a population of around 15,000. Tourism is the island's economic engine, but it hinges on a good relationship with its neighbour, St. Martin. The large planes that shuttle in the bulk of the tourists can't land in Anguilla. The runways are too short. They land on St. Martin, where the runways are popular for being so near to the beach. 95% of the tourists who come to Anguilla first arrive in St. Martin. Anguilla's 33 white beaches are its biggest attraction. Sun, sand and seafood. That's all holidaymakers here are looking for. Tourism is the backbone of Anguilla's economy and its chief source of income. The island's most famous musician, Banky Banks, can be found here on the beach. He used to play with Bob Marley.
The vibe is the vibe. The vibe is what it is, what you see, what you look around and see. You know, big sky, I say big blue ocean. Environment is still alive. You know, great people. People still are real people. You know, here on the edge of Atlantis, like I like to say.
The well-travelled calypso and reggae singer has a very clear opinion on Brexit. He says the British are dishonest and should take this opportunity to prove to the world that they are more than just well-groomed, hypocritical diplomats.
The British? Well, they are colonialists. Small little pieces of the earth like this. They don't own the empire anymore. But, you know, they still, you know. For just centuries they've been dealing in diplomacy, which is false. So never saying the truth about any situation. So now Brexit is a point where this is a point where they have to say the truth about to themselves and to the world. And they haven't been doing that for years, so you're going to need some practice in that.
Banky Banks is not the only one seeking clarity in the whole Brexit discussion. DJ Hammer is on his way to meet someone who has been making a living from tourism for 50 years. Alan Gums is a hotel and restaurant owner and used to be the island's director of tourism.
I think Brexit is the result of what happens perhaps when we don't think something through from the very, very beginning before we do it. What about their colonies and how to fix their colonies going into the European community?
Of course.
Has that been considered within this Brexit?
No, it was not.
Did anybody defend our interests?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Unless Anguilla were to decide, well, our position with the European community is more important to us than this affiliation with Great Britain and what we're getting there. We want to go independent as a country and then all the things that come from that, that flow from that. I mentioned earlier, well, the British said that we cannot take aid from China. Well, they may say, well, maybe we'll go independent, and then we can take aid from China, which may be getting from Great Britain. I mean, these are questions that have not really been thoroughly thought out by the people of Anguilla.
Brexit is a great divider, not only on the island itself. Anguilla is dependent on imports. Almost all goods have to be shipped or flown in. 90% of its oil comes from St. Martin. Imported products are usually paid for in US dollars. Anguilla is rather pricey. Around 2/3 of its tourists come from the US. Private jets often land at the small international airport by Anguilla's capital, the Valley. An extension has been under consideration for years. Fabian Fahy, head of the airport authority, has long been dreaming of an airport with direct connections to North America and Europe.
We travel overseas to see relatives. We do medical treatment overseas that is not available on the island, and so on. So there's a lot of movement by residents. Then, of course, our tourism, which is the economic engine. If you don't have good communication in terms of passengers by air and also by sea, we are quite cut off.
A hard border between Anguilla and St. Martin with import tariffs and border controls would be a nightmare for Anguillans and the end of their Caribbean mini-EU.
So they're going to go ahead with the impact of Brexit. We believe that we in Anguilla, we have always found ways to survive. Though it's a challenge, we are pretty confident we'll be able to survive. We have a special the Anguillan community and the St. Martin community, both on the Dutch side and the French side.
A ferry runs to St. Martin twice an hour. It's Sunday, time for a family outing. Felix Fleming and his wife Mona are visiting relatives on the neighbouring island. They arrive in Marigot, the capital of the French half of St. Martin. Brother Frank and Sister Mercedes are happy to see them. Since Hurricane Irma hit, their visits have become less frequent. Everyone is busy rebuilding. Felix was born here on the French side and only moved to Anguilla later.
He's the only one out of St. Martin, actually. He lives in Anguilla. And if Brexit happens, I don't know what will happen to our relationship with St. Martin. We may not be even allowed to come to St. Martin with our regular passport. We may need a visa. I'm not sure yet what will happen.
Make a decision, you know. You had a plebiscite already. If it caught people off guard, now everybody knows about it. Have another one, whether you want to go, stay, or you want to break away with this kind of relationship. That should have been worked out already. You know, before you decide to leave, you know, you should know how you want to leave.
Well, that is for us.
And sell it to your people, you know.
To say we are still being governed by England. St. Martin's governed by France and Holland. You know, if this so close together, we'd probably be separated forever.
That would be unthinkable. The family wouldn't be able to come together as easily as they do now. Visiting the cemetery together would no longer be this straightforward. At their parents' grave, they pray for a peaceful future.
We are hoping that we will be able to do this and see our families and share with St. Martin, French and Dutch, the way we have for centuries.
A hard EU border would make all of that impossible. DJ Hammer isn't too hopeful about the future after Brexit. On the evening of Brexit Day, he meets friends on the Strip, a small street in the Valley, popular on the weekends.
Interviews at all. We have interviews about Brexit. I'm sure that you've been following the developments, out there. What's going on? Tell me.
They cannot tell us where we stand unless they know where they stand, because they themselves to me don't know where they stand. The question is, can we have the European Union without the British? We can't.
As Britain bickers over its future 6,000 kilometres away, Anguillans feel they have been overlooked. They talk about Great Britain's forgotten border with the EU.
I feel disrespected because our territory was not even involved in the vote. We are right next door. We are closer. Yes, they have a border, but we have shared several ties between the French and the Dutch for years, and nobody consulted us at all about Brexit. All has been done in the last couple of years is that Britain make judgment and pass it down in our legislation here, and politicians accept it.
DJ Hammer's local barbecue joint is next door. Anguilla's national dish is chicken, usually with rice and peas. Ken is the barbecue king of the island.
Hey Ken, good evening to you. How you doing, sir? Good.
Good. Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir. Good evening to you. Can I get a chicken leg, please? One chicken leg? One chicken leg? Yes, sir. All right.
Most of the poultry here is imported too. For now, it's still cheap. Normally, DJ Hammer would order more to eat. Has Brexit ruined his appetite?
Regular customer. Tonight he had chicken, but normally it's a wet rib and a half he wants to eat.
Yes, good.
Anguilla is not the place for a bustling nightlife. Add Ken's barbecue with a side of chicken and ribs, Brexit is the main dish.
Whatever Google the UK make is gonna reflect on us. And we just don't think that they never consulted with us. We are being dictated. It's like we don't have a life. Yeah, it's being imposed upon us, shoved down our throats. Without a say. That's the issue right there. Colonies.
A former British colony. The island still depends on its former colonial rulers and the EU.
When they have the Brexit situation completed, the island might not benefit from the European arrangement like they're doing now, because we actually get some funding, annual funding from there. I don't know how that's going to affect the island directly.
Here at Ken's Barbecue is where everyone comes to meet up. Canadian Farah Mukida runs an organisation which depends on EU subsidies. She's been living in Anguilla for 15 years. The biologist is head of the National Trust and is in charge of conservation on the island. Anguilla's nature and wildlife were heavily hit by Hurricane Irma. Farah meets her staff at sunrise. They're building an artificial snorkeling trail for tourists.
What happens is we stack them, and there's spaces between each of these layers. And the spaces is what provides the habitat to the different marine life. So the fish, the shrimp, the lobsters, and then eventually we'll actually have algae and hopefully coral growing on these as well. So we get this really nice sort of artificial reef happening.
Sustainable eco-friendly tourism also interests guests from the US East Coast.
People are snorkeling it, but there's lots of marine life right now. So we've seen turtles and shrimp and lobsters.
And how's it funded?
We got European Union funding to do that.
Good for everybody.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
Anguilla receives €14 million from the 11th European Development Fund. It covers over a third of the island's entire development budget, but the funding will run out in 2020.
From our side, we're just a bit confused about how it's actually going to affect Anguilla. Although from our perspective, the National Trust perspective, it does mean that we're not going to be able to access really important funds for a lot of the work that we do, which is quite unfortunate.
The UK will hardly take over the subsidies currently coming in from Brussels. It seems Anguilla is not a high enough priority to the British government. Tourism is Anguilla's livelihood. The sea, its capital.
So the plan for the day is Farah is going to snorkel along the trail, and she's going to let the boat captain know where exactly Casita should go. I'll be at the bottom where Farah is snorkeling, and as they come down, I'm going to start putting them together. So that's my role for today. And then our next team will come behind with the steel and place them inside the hole so that the current doesn't push them apart.
Since November 2018, there has been a diving and snorkeling trail in the Little Bay Marine Park right on the coast. It was made with two purposes: to create a new tourist attraction and to support sustainable tourism and underwater biodiversity. Fishing is not allowed here. Lobsters and turtles have settled. Farah thinks it will take a few more years for a real reef to grow, with healthy coral. Back on land, DJ Hammer has found an interesting guest for his morning show. A blogger from Anguilla who has been living in England with her family for half a year.
Well, let me say good day to you, Shelley's there in the UK. Good day to you. How you doing?
I am well. How are you, DJ Hammer?
I am pretty good here on a Friday afternoon in Rainbow City, Anguilla. I want to hear from you firsthand, Shelley's here. The feedback, the vibe. You must be among the Anguillas in the UK there. What's the feedback like? What's the vibe like there on the ground?
I am really exhausted by the whole subject of Brexit. I mean, it's just up and down. It's just too much. Whenever I look at the news, that is like the #1 story, and it's always something new. So it's just a lot, I just never know what to expect, and I still don't know what the outcome is, just like most persons, around the world. So it's pretty tiring.
Well, Shalicia, thank you for your time.
All right, it was lovely talking to you.
Bye-bye.
Shalicia writes her blog, My Anguilla Experience, from a cafe in Cambridge. She normally likes giving restaurant tips, but she can't escape the ever-present Brexit chaos.
At the end of the day, we hold a British passport just like any other British citizen, and I would hope that, the powers that be will make sure that our concerns are represented. We are not supposed to be any less than any other British citizen. We're supposed to be afforded the very same rights as any other British citizen.
She wishes her island would receive the same kind of attention that Ireland and Northern Ireland have throughout the Brexit negotiations. A hard EU border would be just as much of a catastrophe for her and her fellow Anguillans. Shalicia's husband is studying in Cambridge. She will be spending 2 years here with him and their son.
Hi, my name is Shalicia. I'm from an island called Anguilla. So actually I'm a blogger, and I'm just doing some research on the fact how, Brexit might affect a country like Anguilla. Do you have any thoughts on that?
There's been not even a consideration of the fact that there's a United Kingdom that you have to represent.
Correct.
And that there's diverse interest between what Scotland thinks is necessary and what England thinks is necessary.
Yeah.
So when you have that arrogance, it doesn't surprise me that they wouldn't consider what the Channel Islands feels, what Guernsey feels, what Anguilla feels.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't think we should have left the EU because apparently trade is going to be way more expensive, and most people in England have only voted that to get like foreign people out of the country.
Right.
But most of the time they say, oh, they're taking our jobs or whatever, but to be honest, they're not lazy like most British people, and they actually do the work, and I don't know, I think it was a bad idea. We shouldn't have left. And a lot of people are trying to say that we should take the vote again.
There are too many students in the city for Cambridge to reflect the average English view. In 2 years, when her husband has finished his studies, Shalicia and the family will return to Anguilla. Shalicia feels homesick whenever she sees fish at the market.
I don't know if there's a week that goes by when I don't think, gosh, I would love to have some lobster or some conch or some snapper, you know, so I definitely miss the seafood from Anguilla.
Whether it's Asian prawns or classic British fish and chips, the seafood available here is not much of a consolation.
You can hear me now.
There was a time when fishing was as important for Anguilla as tourism is today.
We are at the fish market now.
The word Anguilla means eel in Italian and refers to the shape of the island. According to surveys, around 90% of residents would have voted Remain.
As a child of Britain, I consider Angola as one of Britain's children. And they treat your child bad, well, who knows, we have to turn someone else.
When former British Prime Minister David Cameron called the Brexit referendum, he spared no thoughts for British Caribbean fishermen.
If you lose the passport, you can't go to Puerto Rico unless you have to get a visa. That passport carries around the world.
So the passport is important to us, okay? St. Martin Gateway is important to us too, and even more so because of our tourism, situation. St. Martin is our hub for tourists getting to Anguilla, you know, and if it goes terribly wrong, that too could be impacted negatively.
Anguilla could go bankrupt without tourism. It's like the island's lifeline. Borders and trade barriers may sound abstract, but a passport is something quite real.
This is my European Union passport. This document here allows me to travel anywhere in Europe or around the world. This document is valuable, very valuable to the people of Anguilla. I cannot imagine, how life will be without this document. Once we exit, the European Union, I don't know what will replace the document, and this is the uncertainty that most Anguillans face today.
DJ Hammer won't tire of reporting on developments in the United Kingdom. He wants to illustrate the consequences of leaving the EU.
A no Brexit deal would not be good for us at all in Anguilla, and of course the other British overseas territories as well. So folks, I'm here in the morning. We are just about 8:30. That's our time here this morning, and we will now pause for these death announcements.
Brexit has been postponed until the end of October 2019. It's unlikely that the concerns of British overseas territories will be heard by then. Meanwhile, Anguillans 6,000 kilometres away from Britain can only wait and see.
Hello, welcome to the program Roundtable on the Combined Service. we agree with you to a very large extent that a country that intends to grow cannot do without it. And if you see the development that we'll be noticing for quite some time, it's quite sharing, very encouraging. You are told last week that indeed by September we are going to be seeing Ibadan-Lagos rail commencing transportation almost about 16 trips in a day, which is quite very cheering. And we feel it is important for us to share this good news with you, to tell you how much the government is doing and what we should be doing as people to always compliment when something good comes along. Transportation, particularly the way, has been left for a very long time, and for some other reasons we are seeing commitment. It is important for us to talk about it. Again, my friend who we often do this program together, he has been away for quite some time, but he decided to be with us on this program this morning. Jibril, that is a well-known voice of the media, Nigeria completely, not just Naso Radio. Jibril.
It's my pleasure to be here at Oxford. You know where I've been, and I told you we are communicating. Yes, we've been communicating. It's a pleasure to be here again.
I knew that you were in Niger State.
Yes, I had to, for the Idil Kabir celebration, I had to be in Niger, at least to meet with the people and pay homage.
Very good, very good.
I'm excited to be here too, and I appreciate the good work you're doing.
Thank you so very much. Well, of course, ASO Radio can be watched live. We are on the web. www.asotvnradio.com. You watch us live, you click this, you find us really like trending on the social media wherever you might be in this global. So today I tell you we'll be receiving a lot of calls by the time we give this opportunity to those who would be watching and making their comments by joining us on the conversation. We shall take a short break. By the time we come back, we begin the discussion as been said. Don't go away. Back. From the introduction, you understand basically where we are going. My good friend here, I slightly forgot to say happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Dr.
Incidentally, you are doing a birthday with General Ibrahim Babangida.
Well, my father, Ibrahim is 79 today, so I'm also happy and I'm glad that one Nigerian is sharing a birthday with him. He's a father to all of us, but for me, I'm an extended member of his family, so I'm very glad to be one that is sharing a birthday with him.
But do you know that William Shakespeare, one of his books, said it's not good to die with a very rich man. If a man die with a rich man, it will not be noticed. Your birthday happens to be a the whole of social media has taken over Babangida.
Yes, today it has been good over IBB's birthday, but in a small way. We are also like you have just mentioned my own here now, so I'm privileged that you remember to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, transportation, Jibril. Looking at it at the broader spectrum, it's something that any country that wishes to develop needs it and needs it very urgently. But I'm restricting this discussion to a certain extent the railway in Nigeria. This particular sector has been in Comatose for a very long time. I remember when we were kids, we were using it. When I was in secondary school, we were using railway. At a point, it stopped completely. And until recent, we are beginning to hear stories concerning the revival of this sector in this country. Not just hearing it, we see coaches running on rails, and Lagos Ibadan has been under construction for a very long time. Now we are told that indeed the flagging up will come up maybe on the 11th of September. What is sharing news? I must confess.
Yeah, you see, also your preamble and indeed the topic is very timely, and like you also noted, it's also timeless. And I'm glad these are some of the things that this government will be remembered for long after it has gone, after 2023. And there are several lessons to learn from the focus on the railway. But we look at transportation, the importance, like you said, movement from one place to the other is very key. When we look at it at the micro level, we look at it, even moving, coming to this, to the top of ASO radio, you require where and how to get here. First, there must be a way through, because this is an area, the top is like an impossible area. If you don't know how to get to ASO radio, you won't be able to get here. Exactly. So in addition to, even if you have a car, there must be a path where to run. So you can see, because of this difficult terrain, how there have been way protection, or how people will move here, how the vehicles will move, and all of that. So that is how a nation, all nations, like you rightly noted, build their economy around very sound transportation system by sea, by road, and by air. You know, and especially a country with a large population, land mass, you know, and we are lucky in Nigeria, we are not landlocked. So every form of transportation is very important. Moving goods and services, human by road, and by air. I'm zeroing down to the railway, like you rightly noted. But before I come there, there's one step that this administration, President Buhari administration, is taking that we must all commend, which has been the bane of development in Nigeria. And I've said it at several fora. In other countries, government may go and may come and go. What is important is that what are those policies that are about you, that are about me, that are about all Nigerians. But you find that in Nigeria, even when a government that is run by one political party, once a leadership, either at federal, state, or local government level, leaves, a project started by the previous administration is abandoned. And that has been our challenge. In other part of the world, there are countries that are already rolling out their master plan, 2030, 2045, 2065. So whether a government is from party A or party B or party C or whatever, those development plans that are about the people, that are focused on the people, on education, on security, on transportation, and all those areas that are important to the young people, nobody can change it. There's a minimum that you cannot go under. Unfortunately, that is not the case in Nigeria, and that is why we have to commend President Buhari. For instance, let's start from the ABUJA Kaduna wasn't started by President Buhari administration. It was started by President Goodluck Jonathan administration. But he continued it, because it's not about President Jonathan. The road is not for Turkey, it's for Nigeria. So, taking that step, you can see that people are commending that effort. The legacy by the railway we are talking about wasn't started by this administration. What is important, this administration realizes it's important and see that it's about the people. It doesn't matter whether it's PDP or whatever party that started or whether administration has started. What is important? Will those in Lagos, in Badi area be happy? The answer is yes. And that is the lesson that all of us will learn about continuity in government that you find in other parts of the world. And I think that is very important, and I'm making that point. For instance, even the rule from Adokota Itapi, which has even been named after several prominent Nigerians, including President Jonathan and other prominent Nigerians across the country, Ashwaji Bola, Tinubu, and all of that. You also find that it's all about continuity. You know. So the point you have made, furthering your discussion on the importance of rail, cannot be overemphasized. Like you rightly noted, railway is not just about moving people and goods. Every railway station is a corridor of economy. Every railway station, the smallest railway station from Lagos to Kano, from Lagos
to Maiduguri, Lagos to just passing through Kapacha and all those areas that you have mentioned. Each rural community, no matter how small, is a corridor of the economy. And you find that when you find a small railway station, there are hundreds of communities, small communities that are depending on this railway station to sell their farm produce, to move their farm produce for all that. And you also find that historically, that most railway stations based on category, each of these railway coaches, some are even business coaches. And when I say business, I'm not talking of business class, where business men and women trade all manner of farm produce. They promote farm produce, remove certain finished goods from the southern part of the country, levels down the north, and from the north, as they are going back, they are also taking them back. So every government must understand the significance of the railway. But in addition to that, it also creates what we call a kind of what we call togetherness. People moving from one community, understanding of even rural community. You are in a car or you are traveling by rail. You are not going to see what is happening now. But even from here to Kaduna, when you are inside the coach, you are looking at the landscape, you are looking at the rural community, you are looking at what Nigeria can offer. And therefore, what I would just add to what you are saying is that I hope and I pray that once the Lagos Ibadan is done with, as we are sure it is done with, it is commissioned, this administration will encourage President Muhammadu Buhari, as he has directed the Minister of Transportation, Chief Rotimi Amici, to continue with the good work they have started by extending from Lagos to Kano, as they have also promised, Lagos to Maiduguri, Lagos to Jos, passing through, and then Lagos passing through Kafancha to Port Harcourt. All those old corridors, so that Nigeria can be reinvented, Nigeria can be well again, and then you will not have alternative. We are in a country where, unfortunately, it's dependent on one form of transportation. It's even dangerous in terms of security. When a country depends on one source of transportation, what of if there's in time of attack? Because every security architecture of the country is also built around its transportation. Yes, how do you know one or two? Your parents who were in the Civil War and grandparents who fought in the Civil War told us of how troops were moved from the north to the south by rail. Sometimes because there may be a security challenge on the road. Today, the only means of transportation of moving logistics for all our security is just by the road, is by road. What of for instance, if there is any form of attack on the road? What happens when you want to move your logistics, when you want to move men? So we should look at the significance of transportation as an integral part of the national security architecture. You know, in terms of moving people, moving security, moving troops, moving even logistics needs, requirement, food items, moving it. For instance, there's something to be moved that will not even be noticed from Lagos to Maiduguri to go and give our troops. You don't need a trailer or anything that you see. It will be moved straight because it is in a sealed vehicle. Nobody will know what is there. So, and it can be moved massively. So I want to encourage the President, President Muhammadu Buhari, first, what he has done with our living. Like I said, certainly this will part of his legacy project. But this legacy will be incomplete if it is only stopped between Lagos and Ibadan. Because that is just, if you look at the totality of the rail line in Nigeria, that is even an insignificant kilometer. Because between Ibadan and to Kano, from Kano, again Lagos to Maiduguri corridor, from Lagos to Jos corridor, from Lagos to Port Harcourt corridor, if you look at what has been done, as important as it is, and you calculate the totality of the requirement of Nigeria, it is insignificant, but a very important move. So I will we want to encourage President Muhammadu Buhari to continue along that line, because that will be one of his major legacy that will be commended by ordinary Nigeria, because ordinary Nigerians are using rail. He It is in the rural corridors. The businesses that go on are businesses that carry out that ordinary Nigeria that have no access, what we call small businesses. So this must be encouraged, and we hope that all those that will implement this on behalf of President Buhari will understand the significance of this, because like we always say, President cannot be everywhere. He has his lieutenant who must do their job. When they are given assignment, they must take cognizance of the assignment given to them. By going then, Topsy, there is also a very important aspect to this, which is also has been the bane of our own development. No government should try to do everything. Every government to start something, and wherever you stop, government is a continuum. One of the biggest challenges as a nation, a government comes, he wants to finish everything. Even your own family, you can't finish one problem now, even the one you inherited. Because new ones are being created. But what is important is that how focused are you? For instance, in the next 3 years to come, let President Buhari ensure that there is a focus on rail line and ensure that the rail between now and 2023, at least the major and old rail lines that are known, even before creating new ones, are all completed and working. This will be an unforgettable legacy and achievement of this administration.
Adding up to what you have just said, Jibril, besides just coming up with these achievements and the importance of making the railway to work, if you look at it, by the time this railway went into comatose, all vehicles that are supposed to carry heavy roads, these articulated ones are on our roads. And no wonder our roads today are in the bad shape for the fact that they were not constructed with them in mind, but for the fact that the way is no longer functioning, and these ones are flying on the road, further damage the road almost on a daily basis. And so when you activate the railway, you are more or less, these goods that used to be carried by the trucks will now be lessened, and then move them into the railway and transport them from one point to the other, and making our roads to survive longer than necessary. And the money that we'll be using to maintain them, like the welfare man is doing, can equally be deployed in serving some key important areas in the society. If you look at it, for instance, some of us that had I read history to a certain level, like Mao Zedong of China, of the Republic of China, People's Republic of China. At the point when this man came into government, according to history, he built boulevards, that's big roads, but there were no cars on those roads. What the Chinese were using then, they were just using bicycles to run from one point to the other. Meaning that the leader saw ahead of time that by this time as we are, Chinese will be moving in vehicles higher than the way he thought they should be. And so he used much of his time in building roads, meanwhile there were no cars. What Chinese were using were bicycles. Also, like you rightly mentioned, leadership, whoever comes to power is not expected to take over nearly everything and then he intends to finish them completely. You do your part and ensure that from the beginning to the end. By the time you stop, somebody comes and continues from there. That's the way leadership is. And I believe this government knows it. Like you rightly mentioned at your opening remarks, categorically the railway started by a different administration. And by the time this administration came on board, they saw the need of completing the railway. And they are doing that. Not to talk about just, inaugurating the Lagos-Ibadan by 11th of September. Ideas are even there to expand more. Like you said, look at those areas. Like for instance in Kafanchan, that's my area. You will see so many tribes in Kafanchan. Not necessarily of anything, but they were coming using the railway and discovered that we said, while you are sitting down in the railway in your coach, you've been seeing the land and other things that communities. Then you have an idea, by the time you come and maybe you alight there and settle. And I think that was what really happened, like for instance in Kafanchan. You see so many tribes living there because of Kafanchan, as at that time was railway commercial hub.
Topsy, you raised very important point, and having just returned from being a spokesperson to a governor, one of the biggest challenge of Governor Abubakar Sani Bello's administration is the Mina Suleja in ABUJA road. Even though a federal road awarded certain decisions, certain things will take its natural course. One of it is once you put the rails, they get back on track. Certain naturally, the role of trailers and tankers will become insignificant. It's not that they go entirely. They'll still be moving from port to the mainland, because that was what it used to be historically. From the Lagos port to the mainland, they move goods, and then it is transported on the rail, and then it is moved to northern part of the country.
Exactly.
We are not saying that this will not be there, but it will reduce the impact of...
there are so many things that will come into play. It will reduce risks of life, and the goods being transported. Because at times, there are so many crashes on the road as a result of these high articulated vehicles. These trucks flying. You will just discover at a point they will cave in and it will fall, lives will be lost, the goods they are carrying will damage at a point. But in a railway, if you have a cargo railway, a cargo train, so to speak, you fill it up with what you are transporting, either from the north to the south or from south to the north. The safety of the goods is there, and equally like, because railway accident does not always occur too frequently. It does occur, but not all the time. Like the way it happens using vehicles. And so there are so many good things associated to that. If we look critically into it, take for instance like ABUJA. We saw the light rail. We are using it here in ABUJA. That's supposed to carry you from Wuse probably to the airport. We are seeing that really happening. If government will think otherwise by looking forward and expanding it towards Nyanya. This Nyanya, because we don't live there, some of us that live there will know what we go through on a daily basis. If all these cars that we see moving on a daily basis, coming to work, going back after work, and human beings, you see them hanging in one form or the other every day, and you get stuck on the road because of what you call a gridlock at a point. You come back, you reach your office sweating, your man hour is wasted, you become just helpless. But if government will look at these challenges that we are talking about here using this platform, and then say, okay, let us look at Nyanya and then develop a railway, a light rail that will carry people from Nyanya, from AYA for instance, to either Masaka or beyond, or to Kefi. If that happens, all these cars that we are driving them on the road, we park them in our homes, and then jump into the coaches of this train. Then you now calculate which time is it coming back again. When you finish work, you hasten up and leave your office, you join and get back to work. That one, you don't even see the plan on the road. I mean, in the background.
There are two important points that you raised that I would like to speak to. First, you made reference to one of the founding fathers of China. And that is the way countries that are ahead, that is how the leaders think. They provide things before they are needed. You know, you go to Singapore, the modern, the founding father of Lincoln, you know, nobody gave this country any chance. But you also come to Dubai, which is a recent history. The founding father of Dubai, when he was asked about what you find today, the tallest building in Dubai, when they were about to do it, the architects that came to him said, what do you need this for? Why are you building this in the desert? Because there were nobody. It was a desert. He said everything that he wanted to do, he's doing for the future, he's not doing for himself. So even as Nigerians, we need to change our attitude. A government that is for 8 years, everything you want to focus, you just want to focus here and now. The government, you don't want the government to think beyond 2023, for instance. You don't want them to start anything beyond 2023. We are taking our here and now. Countries that are ahead, they think ahead, they plan ahead. For instance, the Nigerian population is projected to so and so. What is our plan? You raise a particular important issue about a railway within Abuja. If you go with the master plan, I'm sure it will be that. Why is it that it is not consulted? Why? Because some people refuse to do their job. Because it was about a certain point.
Exactly.
In another part of the world, when you go, you find that part of the architecture of every federal capital is states or communities that are joining to it.
For instance, apart from Lagos Abuja, which state capital that is close to Abuja is linked to railway? Which one? Now, can you tell me anyone?
No.
Should it be like that?
Except
so let me tell you, Topsy. Even in time, because I like to link every of my discussion to security. Even in terms of national security, that is bad. What if there is a security challenge in this in the federal capital? The VIPs, where do you take them to? Is there any airport that is so important apart from the Abuja International Airport that, for instance, there is any issue and you can take the VIP or VIPs to that particular airport because whether we like it all over the world, they are the most important to have the most be protected. Between Mina and Abuja and Mina, is there a rail line?
Not at all.
In fact, the rail line between Mina to Abuja should even be before the Abuja Lagos. Abuja Kaduna. Because 75% of what you find as a federal capital from United States, do you have a rail line? You don't have a rail line. Do you have a rail line to Lokoja? Do you have a rail line to Labia? Look, as a country, we need to think differently. Our leaders need to think ahead so that we can be ahead. You raise a very important point. Why is it that even as Nigerians, we are always under stress? Somebody is coming to the office. Instead of parking his car, to use it only on weekend. In the morning, he leaves 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. He's running to the office with his car. Instead of sitting in a coach, using his phone or reading newspaper like you find in other parts of the world. How can you compare your own lifestyle with somebody who every morning buys ticket, go to a rail line with somebody who drives a car in a tight corner? You are thinking of your car. You are thinking of somebody who is in the area of the road, who is probably not thinking don't bother about his life. So there is a lot of things that we are not taking cognizance of as a country. And we need to, if we have to be considered as a country, and you know, why some of us, we keep hampering of these issues. Obviously, of course, you know, these have been more than 10 years that we have been talking about some of these issues. But when we try, is that when you find countries that are ahead, and by the position of Nigeria as a leader, Nigeria should be an example to all on the African continent, and should not be comparing itself with any country in Africa. Nigeria should be comparing itself with other countries in Asia, countries that were apart with Nigeria in the 60s and 50s, as we have read in the books. Indonesia, China, Malaysia, Singapore, and other parts of the countries that were apart and were even poorer than Nigeria in the 50s and 60s. We shouldn't be comparing ourselves with countries that are not. There even should be real line linking even Nigeria and other parts of Africa. Nigeria and Benin Republic. Nigeria and Niger, because we are the hub. We are the center of every part of Africa. In the sub-region. In the sub-region. Okay. So we must take some of these things very serious. We must think ahead. You know, we must, for us to be ahead, we must look at, because again, before you say it, Topsy, one of the things that I've also found, and I'm happy that as a country, we are not just looking to the West alone for a solution. When you want to solve some of your problems, look at somebody who is very close to you, who has similarity with you. Asian countries have similarity with you in terms of culture, in terms of even their background. You look at countries like Indonesia, there is similarity between Nigeria and Indonesia. So what is it that they have done successfully to achieve certain things to belong to 20 most developed economies? What is it that China has done? What has Singapore done? What has Malaysia done? What are those countries in Asia what have they done that they have been able to move their country from the third world
so that we can
learn from them?
Well, we can take a short break because this program is not just for us but those who are watching us right now to participate by joining the conversation. Don't forget, I told you categorically that you have this great opportunity to follow us on this program live by clicking to www.asotvnradio.com. You join us live and you get the feeling of what we're discussing here in the studio. Don't forget, we are going to take a short break. By the time we come back, we give the microphone to those who are watching us and probably monitoring us on the radio. Welcome back. ASO Radio and Television combined. This is Roundtable, and of course myself and my colleague, my friend Jibril Babandachi. You listen to the discussion, and I believe you are very much interested to join us on this conversation. And there is this dedicated line for you to call and speak within the frame of our discussion. And the line is 0905 7408 127. I repeat, 0905 7408 127. Yet talking with us. We are looking at the railway or transportation as a means for economic development, not just to Nigeria, but any nation that wants to develop. Of course, we listen to the analysis of Jibril Babandachi, the importance and what we should do as a people, but not just sitting down and doing one thing all through. At the end of the day, by the time government comes and goes, nothing to show. But greatly to say that indeed, with the inauguration of some of these projects, particularly the railway itself in this country, speaks volumes for this government. Like you said, of course, it wasn't started by this administration, but this administration saw the need to complete it. And they took the boat by the hand, and we saw ABUJA, Kaduna servicing us in the best way we can. And very soon again, we're going to see the Lagos Ibadan in this same way. Quite very good. And we are looking at the challenges. If for any other reason, if you don't have a way working, what do you stand to lose as a country? And these are the issues Jibril itemized. Again, the number reiterated is 0905 7408 127. Yes, getting back to you, Jibril, you are just on point. You know, really talking about the passion we should have as a people by identifying ourselves with countries that have similar issues, so that we will be learning how they were able to get to where they are, and we're still lagging behind.
You know, Topsy, why I raised that issue, one of the countries that have done comparative studies between Nigeria and East Indonesia, I've been privileged today, their 75th independence anniversary. But in the 50s, 50 and 60, Indonesia was one country that had a lot of similarity in terms of culture and all that with Nigeria. And they leapfrog, you know, because there are certain indices. Even though similar to Nigeria, they also had military regime. There were steps that they took that, from my study, that gave them the edge.
Let's pick this call. Hello, good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Inka. I'm calling from Abuja.
Inka, how are you?
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Inka.
Good morning to you. Regards to your colleague there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have spoken very well. But my problem is we the failures that we are the business are under development. Just like your colleague said, the government comes in, try to fix whatever they met on ground. They are saying, oh, this government, they are not doing anything. Only commissioning or anything. They could have started by somebody. And I ask, who owns those projects? Which money was used to track those projects? Imagine ABUJA, the federal capital, just like what you said that the soon told to our FCPS. We have looked at some Lagos to ABUJA. Where is the link between the commercial capital and the administrative capital? These are the shortcomings that we have had in the past. If you look at the central and Korea now, if you travel around that, you see the portion of the already getting bad or the articulated activity on that. So if these airlines are put in place, I think we have a lot of respect to the removed of. I just hope the government will not do that, they should just continue. We pray, one that will come to say that the APC government or the PDP government, we are tired of it's wrong. It's taking us backward. Don't get our country, as you see another like this present one, no matter the pain, we are sure to bring it in the future and our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Yinka.
Yinka record issues that were raised. I'm glad that many Nigerians are aligning with our discussion. This is very important. It's our country. Government will come and go, but our country remains.
Yeah, hello. Hello, good morning. Hello, can you speak a little bit louder so that be audible enough, I mean? Is the caller there? Alright, you can still call back. I have this opportunity to dial 0905 7408 127. That's the number to join the conversation. We're looking at transportation and national development. Of course, that cannot be ruled out.
In Thompson, he raised one point that I just want to echo. Again, he echoed most of the points we have raised about continuity and the need that people must understand beyond the ruler value of the day that this the government one there is continuity focusing on project. But one important point, one of the focus of this government is revamping the agricultural sector. We can't successfully revamp the agricultural sector without the rail lines.
Exactly.
So it should be a given. Rail line should be a given in terms of political, social, economic development of our country. We have read and listened to our parents of the premier of northern Nigeria traveling from the north, from Kaduna to Lagos by rail, and all his team. Imagine today, President Muhammadu Buhari traveling even from, using the rail, or any political leader using the rail. If you see the minister using the rail, you can see the excitement of Nigeria.
Hello, good morning. Yeah, okay. Continue from where you...
Yeah, so we can successfully revamp the agricultural sector or Nigerian economy entirely without rail line. Because you talk about agriculture, the agri-farm project, are they here in ABUJA? Are they in the city center? So why are you going to move it? How many tubers of yam can live compared to a coach? When you have rail line, government can even think of building what we call small companies that within our community that you can have finished produce, because part of the challenge that we have over the years is that there are too much loss in the value chain of agriculture. We don't talk about production, we don't talk about packaging, we don't talk about refining. For instance, when it is season for orange or tomato, you find it everywhere. After that, it is wasted. No storage, no capacity to also produce it the way you find the other part of the country. Another thing is that when you go to all these Asian countries, they are not aiming at gigantic factories. They are aiming at small.
is no longer the way it used to be. So people are no longer ready to move out, and also the linkage of the successful agricultural revolution in Nigeria is impossible without revamping the railway.
Yeah, just before we leave, what will you say? You know, this Edo Ondo election will be this year. What would be your advice to Nigerians?
Well, Topsy, this is our country. There will be election, there will be administration, but we want the country to remain. So our politicians, our political actors must understand that for them to even be able to lead, they don't have to remain. For them to lead their country, people have to remain. So, and we're in the age of social media, when you talk about insecurity, or you talk about firearm and all that, firearm is beyond bullets and guns. Even what you say is a arm, it's firearm. When you say certain things that will create instability is sometimes worse than bullet. What certain leaders will say can burn beyond what a bullet can, even cause havoc beyond what a bullet can cause. So we must understand, yes, there will be election, because in democracy, election is the vehicle, is the platform on which you can convert the vote and lead your people. But in addition to that, people must remain before you devote their life for you to lead them. So you must set good standard and ensure that elections that are conducted either in the other part of the country, Ondo and all of that is free and fair, and that people also maintain high level of decorum, dignity, respect for human life, and also respect for our country, that our country is important for our country, our state to remain beyond the election that we're conducting at every point in time.
Okay, Jibril, I really appreciate you so greatly for coming. Those who are still on to ASO television, don't forget Political Viewpoint shall be our way by 11 o'clock, where I'm expected to link up via Skype to speak with one honorable members from that end, from Benin, who will be calling, to tell us how the level of preparedness for the election.
We wish them a successful election.
I appreciate you. Well, Jibril, thank you so much for coming, like I said in the beginning. Yeah, well, that's how far we can go on this program, Roundtable. Of course, it's quite very interesting. You listen to the beautiful analysis made by Jibril Obandachi on how transportation should be taken seriously, because it brings about development, economic development. Particularly this time around, that this government focuses itself more on agriculture. And until we develop roads that these goods will be processed and taken off from the farmers, we cannot go anywhere. And I really appreciate you. Well, we shall be back again, but stay tuned as we bring forth to you sports going forward. My name again is Topsy Gimbo. See you again. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the program, The Shades of Music. I am Evelyn Nicholas. The types of music existing today are so unique, but everyone has his or her own signature style. These guys I never seen. Welcome to Kingdom Jams. Here in Kingdom Jams, we discuss gospel songs and their artists.
You've been my savior, sustainer when I'm at my end. My healer, redeemer, again and again. You're not a man, oh. You're the God of everything, so unlike you.
the program, the infrastructure, well, we will be looking at infrastructure development in Nigeria, Africa, and around the world.
Majority of rural homes are not connected to the national grid. Government should now involve the international community. The question to ask is, what is the way forward?
The big question now is, why do most pedestrians subject themselves to so much risk by not using the pedestrian bridges built for that purpose?
Welcome to Business and Economy. I am Ile Emeje.
Central Bank of Nigeria hereby announces the following policy measures.
The economy is great because we have a local market. The economy is nice. When you respect to the economy,
On ENC this week, we take a look at the plunge in the oil market as IMF says Nigeria could lose more than $26 million.
The Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation says the dialysis of the corporation pipeline circulation has packed up 60% in the month of January.
Things I've changed in my life to guarantee the health of those around me is practicing social distancing. This means if I'm in the same area with other people, I'm learning how to keep my distance between them by at least 1 meter. If you're wondering what 1 meter is, it's actually 3 steps, or the length of a broomstick. I've also reduced my movements by staying at home and only going out when absolutely necessary. I'm making the most of the situation by remaining connected with my loved ones, staying in shape, and discovering a new hobby. Reducing my movements gives me a better chance of keeping others safe and for them to keep me safe. My name is Dakori Nakonde. Let's do our best to be safe for you, for others, and for your family.
This message is brought to you by the United Nations in conjunction with the federal government of Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Health, and the NCDC. Take responsibility. Stay safe.
I just want your papers, please.
Sir.
Somebody do it now.
Yes, sir. And one time never even reached. That's a lot of plenty. No wonder I no Greek on a roja for my hand. Shut up, sir. I'm here to bail my younger brother.
Happen.
With good luck,
Soccer funding, training,
and cooperation,
if it happen.
From the north to the south, east and west, youths abound with multiple of creative abilities. Behold the convergence of all great talents in Nigeria. 30 housemates now have the opportunity to unleash their potential. To everyone who knows how to dream big, welcome to the big dream.
big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dream Nigeria talent show, big dreams TV show 2020.
Exclusive to ASO Television. with abundant talents from the north to the south, east and west. Youths abound with multiple of creative abilities. Behold the convergence of all great talents in Nigeria. 30 housemates now have the opportunity to unleash their potential. To everyone who knows how to dream big, welcome to the Big Dream.
Big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams, big dreams. Big Dream Nigeria Talent Show, Big Dreams TV Show 2020.
Exclusive to ASO Television.
My brother, my sister, papa, mama, pikin. Corona, no big persons. We go fight time, we go win. As long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go win. Corona, no the virus, no the worry human being. You know get let go, but you dey walk out from person to person. But we fit beat time, we fit stop am if we maintain good hygiene and practice social distancing. We go no shaking hands with your neighbor. Blow them a kiss from afar. Use soap and water to wage war. Let's show this thing who we are. We are special, we're courageous, we are awesome human beings. We do super, we get power, we can conquer anything. If we hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline, wash your hands, love each other, we go in. If it be like say you know well, like it's something they do you, and you feel say you believe say you get to see you do you, and your body no gree surgery like it's something they do you. No let panic finish you, you go in. Self-isolate for the sake of all the people where you love. Oh, don't go around spreading rumors, 'cause fake news won't help anyone. You are special, you're courageous, you're a conjured human being. You too much, oh, you get power, you can conquer anything. Only if you hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline. Wash your hands, love one another, we go in. My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and pikin. COVID-19, no big pass we go fight and we go win. Just as long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go in.
I welcome you to Newspaper Preview. I am Augustus Etefia.
Now, if the teachers are not well equipped, and their salaries are not well paid, then how do they go and teach them?
You are welcome to the roundtable on the combined service of ASO Radio and Television. I am Lois Atomfambo.
Since the inauguration of this committee, we have seen that the NWC has taken the party into one crisis or the other.
This is the constitution of the APC. It's not written anywhere here in the constitution that the NEC has the power to dissolve the NWC.
Thanks for joining us on ASO Sports. This will have finally ended their 30 years of wait for their 19th top flight title. Talking sports generally in Nigeria, the Minister of Youth and Sports Development has come out to say that efforts are being made to explore all appropriate avenues to transform sports in the country from just mere recreation to profitable economic activity.
Hello and welcome. This is ASO Briefing. I am Zara Manti Mohammed.
Abuja Obama's transport company has been very strict in following the STT administration's guidelines to ensure safety of the passengers.
On the African continent, daily infections record from about 57 countries have taken total infections to over 396,000. Welcome. This is ASO Television News. I am Fatima Ibrahim. INEC warned political parties to develop appropriate guidelines for the conduct of the rallies and campaigns, taking into consideration all the guidelines and protocols developed by the health authorities.
Hi, thanks for joining us. I'm Adam Small. Welcome to the Global View. The director of the US CDC, Robert Redfield, says based on antibody testing, infections could be 10 times higher than the reported 2.4 million states across the South and West.
This is Africa 54.
Nigeria says it's also focusing on international airports to control the infection and that it has at least 4 labs that can test for coronavirus.
Around 80% of people with coronavirus have only mild symptoms, meaning the true prevalence is likely underreported.
Hello, welcome straight to Africa.
Mozambique is on the front lines of climate change, which is intensifying. Weather events, cyclones in March and April left a trail of destruction.
Being green is not just about planting trees. The world is grappling with so many other problems.
That's the table. I had Christmas dinner there with Julian for every year that he was in the embassy. And the first Christmas there together, there were some 15 of us at the table. Then the number decreased. And so, in the last Christmas we were there together, there was just Julian and I.
Julian Assange, founder of the whistleblowing platform WikiLeaks, has been arrested. The U.S. judiciary is accusing Assange of conspiracy. It's unclear whether he will be extradited to the USA.
If you're going to play with fire, you're going to get burned.
Don't take on the most powerful nation in the world. Don't take on the U.S. Army.
The U.S. accuses Assange of having helped publish classified material on U.S. military operations.
That has changed the way journalism is done.
Ignorance or misplaced idealism is no longer an acceptable excuse for lionizing these demons.
They're threatening to prosecute Assange and lock him away possibly for decades. That's a blow to the very foundations of freedom of the press.
I think his life is
video shows us is the reality of modern war from the air. And I don't think that that has been seen before.
Blatant war crimes. On April 5th, 2010, WikiLeaks exposed them to the world.
In those records,
Julian Assange was about to become world famous. A military video has surfaced on the internet showing a deadly U.S. attack on a group of people in Iraq.
Von der Organisation WikiLeaks.
Online whistleblower WikiLeaks.
WikiLeaks has posted this video.
Das Video
The video also shows the shooting of a bus which was rushing to the scene to help. 2 children were aboard the bus, both were seriously injured.
You could say WikiLeaks was something truly revolutionary. It's changed the face of journalism.
We were first in sort of introducing this secure Dropbox where people could securely submit material. Now every medium has it.
We were sitting at the kitchen table and Julian said he wanted to start a wiki and making the information available for public analysis. I thought it was a handsome idea, yeah.
WikiLeaks posted original documents online on the condition that they were genuine and of public interest. Criticism soon arose that WikiLeaks was not acting with due caution. WikiLeaks uncovered corruption in the financial sector, environmental scandals, and war crimes. Secrets the government would have preferred to keep hidden.
I think people have a enormous misunderstanding of the work of WikiLeaks. This model allowed journalists to work with primary hard source material at a scale and with a kind of sophistication that had never really previously been done before.
I met Assange for the first time in London in the summer of 2010. Back then we had heard at Spiegel magazine that WikiLeaks had received a huge cache of secret documents. We were asked to come to London and meet Assange to find out more details. It turned out that WikiLeaks did indeed have 3 huge packages of documents, one with almost 100,000 war reports of the U.S. Army on the Afghanistan War, then several hundred thousand from the Iraq War, and finally 250,000 confidential diplomatic cables from the U.S. State Department. All in all, there were 750,000 documents.
The WikiLeaks documents were at the center of unprecedented attention. Der Spiegel, the New York Times, and The Guardian were the first to join forces to evaluate the documents. Secret files that exposed the true war in Afghanistan.
German soldiers are also said to be having increasingly serious problems.
For Spiegel magazine, it's front page news.
Well, good afternoon. We have room in here. The United States strongly condemns the illegal disclosure of classified information. So let's be clear. This disclosure is not just an attack on America's foreign policy interests. It is an attack on the international community.
The damage was enormous. I mean, I'm open to the possibility that selective release might have been justified in some cases, but again, wholesale release, what sense does that make?
In Europe, the criticism was more subdued at first.
The U.S. government, it was clear right from the start that Assange was an existential threat. I think you can put it as simply as, don't take on the U.S. Army, don't take on the Secret Services, the CIA. If you do, you'll be met with enormous blowback. Hillary Clinton once said, can't we just take the guy out with a drone?
Julian Assange set his hopes on Sweden's liberal press laws. Afraid that the U.S. would investigate him, he hoped Sweden would be a safe haven for him and for WikiLeaks. At the time, key servers were located in Stockholm. They have since been removed and relocated several times.
When he was in Sweden, and the first great releases after collateral murder. I did say to Julian that he ought to be careful.
A warning that proved to be well justified. In Stockholm, Assange had intercourse with 2 women, allegedly unprotected. After attempting to reach Assange personally, the women turned to the police to compel him to undergo testing for STDs. The police opened preliminary investigations into 4 counts of sexual offense. Overnight, the story of Assange the rapist hit the headlines. It would become an accusation he could never quite shake off.
Julian Assange was a rock star. Overnight, he was an asshole. And that was kind of Swedish consensus among from left to right, up and down.
In the meantime, the hunt for Julian Assange and his informants had begun in the U.S.
We want whatever they have returned to us, and we want whatever copies they have expunged, erased, gone. We're not alone in this endeavor. The FBI, the DOJ are also investigating this, are also involved in this matter.
Later, U.S. investigators discovered a chat protocol on one Army private's computer. It was to become a key piece of evidence and form the basis of the present charges. The source Assange was exchanging messages with in the spring of 2010 was in Iraq. It was Chelsea Manning, then Bradley Manning, an intelligence analyst with the U.S. Army.
The 2 didn't know each other personally, only through their anonymous handles or aliases. They proceeded, getting to know each other cautiously, bit by bit. Then there was a new approach to communicating. Then Assange wrote, "Curious eyes never run dry." This is quoted in the Bill of Indictment, and it's a very thin line. While journalists should never incite anyone to steal or intrude to gain information, they of course do want to know what their sources can offer.
In the spring of 2019, a U.S. federal grand jury unsealed an indictment against Assange. 17 further charges under the Espionage Act on obtaining and publishing classified information soon followed. The possible sentences total up to 175 years in jail. Count 18 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit computer intrusion, better known as hacking. Assange is said to have given Manning advice on how to remain anonymous.
I believe he's closer to a spy than a journalist because his business involves stealing information. His use of information is not informed by a story, by a narrative, and by a public point that needs to be made.
They were out to destroy because they exposed war crimes, criminal activities, murder of hundreds of thousands, displacement of millions.
In Sweden, Assange was being investigated by public prosecutors for an allegation of rape. He had spent some time living temporarily with Donald Bostrom. The Swedish journalist had tried to mediate between Assange and the 2 women in question, and also made a statement to the police.
I read everywhere that he was a coward running away, escaping from everything, but that's not the fact. The fact is actually he went to the police, he was interrogated, then he stayed another 5 weeks waiting for the next step in the process, which never occurred.
Swedish authorities granted him permission to travel to London. Then they wanted him back for more questioning, insisting it take place in Sweden. Assange asked for assurance that he would not be extradited to the U.S. His request was denied. And so he decided to apply for asylum in Ecuador, escaping first to their embassy in London.
He arrived at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. He had his asylum petition ready to be handed.
Australian Julian Assange is currently in London in the Ecuadorian embassy.
Ecuador has granted Assange asylum, but it's unclear how he intends to get there from the London embassy. The British police are outside, ready to arrest him the moment he emerges to get to the airport.
Assange was trapped in the heart of London. And Sweden fell silent. No hearing, no charges. Then, in 2016, WikiLeaks made another major release. The DNC leaks implicated the Democratic Party. They included emails that shed a harsh light on Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. There have been new email disclosures, once again jeopardizing Hillary Clinton's career.
The whistleblowing platform WikiLeaks has released confidential emails pointing to the DNC preferring Clinton to run as the Democratic presidential candidate instead of the outsider Bernie Sanders.
They clearly disliked Hillary Clinton. He didn't like John Podesta, her campaign manager, and he was happy to do whatever he could to damage their interests.
The whistleblowing platform WikiLeaks quoted Clinton from well-paid speeches she allegedly held before Wall Street firms.
WikiLeaks! I love WikiLeaks!
This is a case where an external actor is actually, as we would say, putting their hand on the scale and making a difference.
Was the Russian intelligence service using the principle of WikiLeaks to promote its own interests? That was part of Robert Mueller's investigation in his report on Russia's influence on the 2016 American elections. Guccifer 2.0, the name of the hacker who allegedly acquired and provided WikiLeaks with the emails. According to Special Investigator Mueller, Russian intelligence service staff, who have since been indicted, were behind the hacks.
I now believe that it is something like a 21st century hostile service working in collusion with the Russian intelligence services in that campaign, and I think for that reason its reputation in the United States has been fatally damaged.
This was journalistic activity. This was in the public interest to be published. It doesn't really matter where the material came from. If it's in the public interest to publish it, you have a duty to publish it.
Donald Trump becomes the 45th president of the USA.
Trump's victory came after one of the most suspenseful election nights in U.S. history.
Donald Trump and his campaign team celebrate his victory. After being sworn into office, Trump claims he's never heard of WikiLeaks.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that
it's unclear what impact the WikiLeaks release had on the election results. There is no evidence that WikiLeaks knew who was behind the email dump.
WikiLeaks walks like a hostile intelligence service and talks like a hostile intelligence service. We know the danger that Assange and his not-so-merry band of brothers pose to democracies around the world. Ignorance or misplaced idealism is no longer an acceptable excuse for lionizing these demons.
You would agree with Mr. Director Pompeo, that's what he was when he made that remark, that it's a hostile intelligence service, correct?
Yes.
He made himself a target for intelligence services all over the world because of the information that he was releasing. If you're going to play with fire, you're going to get burned.
The Spanish company UC Global was responsible for security in the Ecuadorian embassy. Their boss, David Morales, was a former Spanish military officer with good contacts in the U.S.
They started to put video cameras all over and change all the logs. The only goal should be protect the embassy.
In 2017, presidential elections were held in Ecuador. Having already served 2 terms, Rafael Correa, who had previously granted asylum to Assange, was unable to run again.
And cheer up. Welcome to the club of the persecuted.
Thank you, President Correa.
He was succeeded by the new president, Lenin Moreno, who sought a closer relationship with the U.S. This also changed the atmosphere in the London embassy. Security staff started confiscating visitors' bags and mobile phones. They appeared to have been tasked with collecting as much information as possible. Actress and activist Pamela Anderson would visit Julian Assange regularly. While she was talking to him, security staff apparently inspected her cell phone, noting her password on a yellow slip. Data seems to have been systematically gathered from Assange's guests. Phones were forcibly opened, private messages copied and stored without consent, observation reports compiled. The German public broadcasters NDR and WDR are in possession of internal documents. In one email, the head of UC Global writes quite openly. Another regular visitor to the embassy is Assange's lawyer, Aito Martinez, who is coordinating Assange's defense against the U.S. from Spain.
Mr. Assange was always very concerned about being listened in on. I personally asked the security staff several times whether the cameras that were installed everywhere could also record audio. This was always denied. In the end, we had all our conversations in the ladies' restroom because Mr. Assange was so worried about being heard.
According to one of the staff, the security firm installed a bug in the ladies' room shortly afterwards, behind this box. And in the meeting room, a bug was fitted inside the fire extinguisher.
Confidential communication between lawyer and client is a fundamental right in every democratic country of the world. The bugged material seems to have ended up in the hands of North America via the Spanish security firm.
Who is X?
We believe it is the CIA.
David Morales is said to have frequently boasted to his staff about his connections to the U.S. An affidavit from a former employee states, when I asked him who his American friends were, he replied, the U.S. intelligence services.
What we saw was that Mr. Assange was actually showing all the symptoms a person normally displays when subjected to psychological torture over a long period of time. He was stuck inside the embassy for 7 years,